OKC with the Kings.
You're a cat person, aren't you?
Big cat
Are
person.
you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Both can exist in the world.
Sure.
You can be 50-50. I'm definitely 50-50 on cats, dogs.
No, it's like being an A's or a Giants fan or a Raider 49er
Kevin's like,
fan.
no, you pick
You're either
one.
a cat person or a dog person. No, one's not better than the other.
I just don't see it that way. I just think it's a beautiful, thing where we can all coexist and cats
Jay,
and dogs.
can someone be a cat person and a dog person?
Come on, Jay. We can all be happy, can't we?
Sure, why not?
Exactly.
Oh,
See,
look
that's
at
what I'm talking
Jay.
about. And that's
I
the most conviction I've heard Jay have.
Right.
Come
I didn't
on.
know if that was
And I
his
got Jay.
answer.
I got double J on my team.
When
Yeah,
I
you do.
first
Yeah,
asked
Woods convinced me. He said he's got 3 dogs, 3 cats.
Okay.
Come on. That's playing with fire. I only got one
dang.
and one.
Because when I first asked Jay, before he brought the mic up, he shook his head no. And I was like, there we go. He goes, yeah, why not? I was like,
What? That was
Jay
surprising.
Williams, that's good
That was
time
surprising.
right there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know where we started here, but
I interrupted you. We were talking about what's going on.
Oh, you know
with
what? Actually, I was going to mention something that Kayla mentioned there. To me, I completely agree that it's a little bit moral victory territory, but from where the Kings were to start the season, where it did feel like all of these games were really competitive, surprisingly, even though they weren't getting the results. That Chicago game was the first game where it felt like there was a little bit of slip in the rope. And now we've seen, to your point, Whitey, 2 straight games of them losing by, what was it? It was 30 against OKC. It felt like 30 against Minnesota. I don't know what that actual final score ended up being or the margin being, but it's been 2 blowouts.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be great if these guys can, baby steps here. Just bring it back to being competitive, and then maybe we can, I don't know. I mean, maybe then we can figure out or reassess what our goals are for the season. But I think it doesn't help anybody whether you're rebuilding or obviously trying to compete. Getting blown out by 30 is not a productive result for anybody. You have to throw out those games and essentially say, like, what are we learning from this?
Right. And I can't, just hearing some of the remarks from after the game, the Timberwolves game, I feel like some of the players, you could see a little bit for the first time, a little defeat in their answers. And just, even with Dennis Schroeder in the locker room, I know Sean Cunningham had the interview with him, and I love the honesty that Schroeder gave, but at the same time, when I'm hearing a player say, I'm not comfortable yet with what I'm doing in this system, to me, that's like, okay, because the minute you don't have confidence in yourself as a player, you talk and joke about the jumper, what's happened to his jumper. Well, if a guy doesn't have confidence,
I know.
At some point, I think it's going to show out on the court as well.
Yeah.
And I was getting little hints here and there from Zach LaVine and just saying kind of what it is right now. I feel like they're finally kind of thinking, okay, maybe this isn't going to work.
Somebody, and I forget who it was, were you there? Somebody asked Doug early in the post game after the game Sunday night about Dennis Schroeder and his shooting, and I apologize, I forget who it was. And Doug did a really nice thing. He immediately, as quickly as he could, he turned the conversation. I'm not worried about that. We got to guard better.
Right,
but he did say, I think he's a little banged up.
Yeah.
And he definitely has had a number of nagging injuries, and it seems like every game he's hurting his ankle or his foot or his hip. But his jump shot right now, it doesn't look right. He's not a terrible shooter. You can look it up.
Right.
He's always been a little streaky, but overall, he's been a pretty good shooter.
Yeah.
And right now, he's really, really struggling with the jump shot.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it, excuses or reasons why, whatever it is, but like he did play during the summer and he played at a very high level.
That's a good
Eurobasket, won MVP, won the cup. Like he played a ton of games over the summer and again, played it at a very high level and was had a very high usage for his team in Germany. And so I wonder how much of it could just be fatigue. How much is he just doesn't have his legs under him right now, which is a big part of hitting the perimeter jumper and also getting to the rim. Like there was at the start of the year, he just wasn't getting to the rim. Now he's getting to the rim and not finishing. It's just strange. It's just really strange. And yeah, again, to tie in what Kayla said, like it just doesn't look like he's comfortable with really any part of his game right now.
Not to belabor the point, but just to accent it, last 3 games I have him 7 for 33, and the last 4 games from 3, he's 3 for 17.
Wow.
And he's a better shooter than that.
That's rough.
And I'm not trying to blame him for what's going on, but clearly when they set this roster up, despite all its flaws, it appears that the thinking was Dennis Schroeder's going to make a big difference. He's going to smooth over some of the rough edges, and he hasn't played well, so that hasn't happened. So now we're at a point where, and I'll bring it back to, Carmichael Dave's comments today, maybe we are on the cusp of this team deciding, all right, yeah, we're going to go all in on a rebuild. We don't know that, but Dave declared it today, and Dave is, well sourced in some of these things. He said the rebuild has officially begun.
Yeah, it's I'll take it in two chunks there. I think the Dennis thing is definitely, I heard Matt say it yesterday, great show, by the way, yesterday out at Hard Rock, right? The Hard Rock sports.
Harold Presley was fantastic.
He was. That is the exact part that I was able to hear most of, and that was a really, really great interview. And Harold seems like A+. I know I heard your compliment of him after, but seems like a great storyteller and just seems like a great guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Dennis Schroeder thing's really interesting. The thing that Matt brought up yesterday that I think is an excellent point is that Schroeder isn't somebody that you can use the default. Well, like look what Scott Perry walked into. Like he had Zach LaVine, he had DeMar DeRozan, he had Domantas Sabonis on the roster. He can only build so much. Well, Dennis Schroeder was one of the only few pieces of this roster that you can say Scott Perry personally handpicked to do whatever, whether it be try to make this older group work, whether it be just being a good point guard for the younger guys. Either of those, it hasn't looked good. You can point to Drew Eubanks, and some people have enjoyed the Drew Eubanks experience. I really haven't, like especially with Domantas Sabonis out. He had a game. It was the OKC game. You have Isaiah Hartenstein getting 19 rebounds. Drew Eubanks starts, plays like 30 minutes, gets 1 rebound.
Hartenstein was 14 for 17 in that.
That's ridiculous. That should never have been the situation.
He had a career high in points. He was one off his career high in rebounds. Like that's unacceptable. You can't have that. So yeah, I just think that it's really tough to look at Dennis Schroeder and not just not be disappointed. Full stop. Full everything. And then to tie that into what Dave said this morning. I mean, I do kind of wonder if that even more so settles into Scott Perry to saying, man, like even these pieces, like we all knew it wasn't going to be, we're going to be fighting for a top 3 seed, but I thought these pieces can kind of smooth over some things. And even the pieces that I thought were small but going to make impact has just gone sour. Everything has gone sour. Everything that this team has touched so far this year has kind of turned to crap, with the exception of Russell Westbrook, I guess. I think it's just it's all kind of starting to point towards where I think the fan base was clamoring for all offseason. Like, can we get to the point where this team starts to kind of resemble where we think they're heading, what direction they should be heading mentally?
Right. I was going to say, because you had brought up when we were doing crosstalk, no ownership is ever going to say the word tank. It does not matter what professional team you're talking about.
The only one who
they're
did
not
that,
going to do
you're
that.
right. Mark Cuban did that, and then he got fined, which is one reason why teams don't do it.
Exactly, which I kind of love that he did that. But, that's another point. But, and it's true. They're going to use rebuild, and they're going to use all of that. But there are differences between rebuilds and retooling. And I feel like what the Sacramento Kings have been doing the past couple of years is retooling. Like, they're trying to see if different things fit. And obviously you've got the change in ownership and coaching, and that makes it a lot harder. There's no kind of consistency in that. If they're going to rebuild, like maybe we've heard they're going to do, it's almost like you got to start it sooner than later, and you've got to completely just hit the button. Because no more are you going to be able to be like, well, we're going to still try to make it work with these players.
We'll patch this over with this.
Right.
And
you've got to make it kind of just look ugly. Like, you got to tear the turf up and just figure out how to put better surface in.
And I think one of the reasons you have to do that on top of everything else, and it's inevitable that you have to pay that price at some point for the moderate success you had and for the efforts that went into achieving that success. But the vibe out there, and I was out there Friday. I wasn't out there Sunday, Chris. I know you're out there all the time. Just on TV, you can tell the vibe on the floor is not great. The tournament basketball
isn't great either.
That's it. But Doug Creasy says, we let go of the rope. And sometimes to me, they look like they don't know where the rope is.
Yeah.
And then,
or they're pulling the rope.
Yeah.
It's like they're pulling a rope.
The
they're
short rope.
We're really making effort here. And
I'm not saying that's Doug Christie's fault, and I don't think it is.
No.
But then, as you say, the vibe out there in the stands is not good.
No, it's pretty rough. And I think, I think it really does stem from, again, like a frustration of what fans want and expect and think this team should be heading in terms of the directional arrow in terms of rebuilding or whatever, retooling, whatever it feels like they should be doing. I think the problem is that the on-floor product still speaks to wanting to compete, wanting to use a retool. And I think that's hearing Kayla say everything she said about the difference between retool and rebuild, 100% correct. But like in my mind, I get frustrated, and I just thinking of, I would scream, well, that's what De'Aaron Fox trade was for. Like, yes, that's totally true, but when you traded De'Aaron Fox, and that doesn't get you anywhere anymore, because obviously what's done is done. But I think the problem with the Kings now deciding to do a rebuild 6 months after making that decision is now you have significantly less assets in terms of getting this thing going. And if you do the two teams that Dave used this morning in San Antonio and OKC stockpiled a ton of picks. They also traded Paul George in order to get Paul George when he was still like an MVP quality player in order to get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I don't know if that's necessary. Like, I don't know if the Kings with DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, all of those are distressed assets. I don't know if anyone's paying. Sabonis is going to get first-round picks, I would assume, when he gets traded. I don't honestly know if any of those other guys that the Kings have, unless they want to move off of Keegan Murray or one of their younger assets, I just don't know if they're getting one. They're definitely not getting multiple first-round picks for any of those guys.
To that point, one of the things that concerns me about Keon, I had been assuming all along that the Kings want Keon to be part of whatever's next. He's young, he defends. And so I've been assuming they're not playing him because they're showcasing the other guys that they want to move.
Right.
But then I read Frankie today at SactownSports.com suggested something. He said maybe, and again, he's just, this is hypothetical, perhaps Keon would be used as a sweetener if you wanted to move one of the guys that you're talking about.
Right.
And that makes perfect sense, but I'd never thought of it. When I read it, I was like,
oh, sure.
Yeah. That's kind of what I've been when he has not had many minutes and he's come in the fourth quarter. I immediately started thinking this is a little interesting because I think Doug Christie pretty much is the one who's deciding, but at the same time, let me tell you something. There is definitely influence that comes down from teams and ownership and, GMs. So just because he may be deciding doesn't mean he's not getting pressure to play certain guys or to not play certain guys. But the more and more this is happening where he's not even coming in until the fourth quarter, it's like, are they doing this for a reason? Because there's just no reason to not put him out there earlier, especially when your main issue with this team is defense. And he is a better player when it comes to the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
So to me, that makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah. To that point about Doug.
Go ahead.
I feel like Doug, he talks a lot about defense. We're laying the foundation for defense, and they just haven't done that, right? They just have not been able to do that.
No.
And I was thinking about it today, and I had been thinking maybe he's talking again about that next group. But to me, as Doug talks about laying the foundation, Coach Christie, for a defensive blueprint going forward, he reminds me of a guy who's laying down flooring. We're going to lay down the flooring. But, like, the guys that are on the team now that don't defend, they're, like, standing on it. And it's like, I can't do this till they get off
Till you
of
get
it.
them
But
off.
this is what I want to do.
Yeah.
This is what the floor is going to look like. But I can't do that with him standing there and him standing there.
That's that's fantastic imagery. I'll tell you
I
that.
know,
At
right?
the very
If you're
least,
listening,
I'm there for
Hey,
sure.
number
I see
10,
it.
can you get
Yeah,
off?
no, and I
Not
think
yet. All right, I'll wait.
To further it, like I think you don't want them to stick around because they start to imprint on things, and it's like, hey, like I'm trying to set this foundation, and now I have maybe these guys setting a bad example for Neat Clifford, and now it takes me a year to trying to get the stink, I guess, for lack of a better term, off of Neat Clifford from bad habits that he learned. Playing for a team that was just kind of going through the motions. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's a fantastic, fantastic imagery. And I think it really does point to the fact that these guys, again, like, I just think all of the messaging, everything is just off timing. Like, I think it's not, again, I don't think it's Doug's fault. I just think that the order of operations has just been so backwards for, you can track it to De'Aaron. You can maybe even track it back to Mike Brown being fired. But I just think they are still a little bit in a position of chasing their tail right now. And maybe to get to, again, Dave's point earlier this morning, they have to at some point admit that they are no longer trying to compete. And I think a rebuild is obviously pretty drastic, but I kind of think that that's the hard shift that they have to do. Like, I don't think that this, front office or organization knows any in between. I think it's either they are trying to compete or they're finally at the point where they are just they've hit their head against the wall so many times that I just don't know if there's anywhere else to go.
Let me add to that too, because we're talking about how much blame can Doug Christie take right now, and it's hard because I think there's people who say they want to blame him, or there's people that say,
and he's
well,
not
look
perfect,
what.
but
No,
the issues are larger than any
they
in-game
are.
decision he has.
And I know he took the job.
Yeah.
I know that was his decision to take the job, but coaches are not going to turn, or people who want a head coaching job, especially somebody for the first time, they're not going to turn down a job, especially him who has so many connections to Sacramento and loves the city so much. So we can say too, like, well, we can't blame him 100% either, but I'm also going to say it for some of these players that this is what they've been doing their whole career if they're offensive minded first. And I give a lot of credit to Zach LaVine for even trying to, I think he's been decent defensively this year. I think he's made a lot more effort. But with some of these other players, it's like they're older now. They're veterans and they're coming in and you're telling them right away, like, you got to flip everything that you've ever done. And there's no help really around that to make you look like, if you do lag, you're going to look like you're out there doing way worse work because there's nothing around you that's going to pad you defensively.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting. Yeah, when we had after the last game, Zach LaVine, as you're discussing, talking about, sometimes it's personnel. And I believe Domas also said that, and I want to yell at them. Well, who are we talking about?
I
You're
know.
talking about,
I know.
It's
like,
you
Are you
so,
talking about each other, or are you talking about somebody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, who are we exactly trying to say here without saying it?
Right. No, I mean, it's all of that. And that could be part of the problem too, right? Is that they all, Zach LaVine, anybody can come out and say, like, I'm busting my behind on defense. It's not my problem. But if everybody is of the mentality that they're giving their 100% and it's not, like, maybe everyone isn't actually truly giving their 100%, or it is just really, I think it is a happy medium of both, though. To bring it to the cats and dogs things, I think that it is a little bit of I think it's majority personnel, honestly. But, I think, frankly, Zach LaVine saying, I know he's trying really hard, but defense, as much as everyone says, like, it's just an effort thing, it is super easy. Like, you do have to pay attention. There is little details. There is not losing focus. And that's the part where, on ball is one thing. That's where you can show a ton of effort. But really the problem with DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine both specifically is off ball, they just watch ball. They forget about their defenders. There's backdoor cuts. And so, again, he can come out and say, like, I'm busting my behind, and he is on ball. But there's just other parts of the game where he, frankly, can be better, and not acknowledging and trying to pass the blame. I didn't love hearing that because, again, it's just like nobody's perfect. And, you could still be trying really hard, but that's not acknowledging that there are very clear and obvious points where you can be better, and you're a freak. You're maybe the best athlete on the team. You, if anybody, should be flying around defensively.
Sure. Do you believe in that saying, though? Speaking of cats and dogs, you can't teach a dog new tricks, right? An old dog, new tricks. And I feel like I'm kind of feeling like this with some of the old dogs. Like, they're not going to be taught this at this point in their career where they're going to put this type of maybe once in a while we saw a couple games where defensively we're like, okay, this could work, but then it's just a drop off. And so I feel like they're not going to ever play that to that level every night with that personnel.
And
group.
I think going hand in hand with that, back to what you said, Chris, you address what to me is one of the biggest fantasies in basketball, that notion that if you play hard on defense, you can be a good defender.
No.
And like say, Kayla, it's some of these guys are not, they've never been good defenders.
Right.
And sure, you can improve a little bit around the margins if you communicate better and this and that, but there's skill involved in being a defender too. You can't anybody can't just go out there, just play hard and give it all you got. You'll be a great defender. It's just not true, especially at that level. And I think we've talked about this before. Domas is a great example of that.
Yeah.
Nobody works harder than he does defensively. He's not a great defender, even though he gives it everything he's got. It's just really hard at that level. So my point is, it's not a matter of we just got to do this, we got to do that, we could be better defensively. Sometimes, a team, you
bang your head on the
ceiling. You're banging your head.
That's as good as they're going to get, even though it's not good sometimes.
Yeah, no, and I think the problem is I don't think they've they're even close to hit their head on that ceiling, but I think the bigger problem is and this may be the curse of there being so many veterans, is there is so many guys in that locker room that maybe quicker than other people would have been able to realize and or give up on it. I think they read the room and clearly said, like, look, guys, we all love Doug, but this group is not going to be a good defensive group. Like, I mean, we're not going to give up on him, but we can't do that. Like, that's just not necessarily our bag. And so I wonder how much, again, like maybe the veteran group around him kind of saw, look, we love you, coach. We want to listen to you, but this just isn't going to be where our bread is buttered this year. And I think we've kind of heard them talk about, I mean, Zach LaVine quite literally said, you're not asking Rudy Gobert to go out there and drop 30. Like, to me, that's a soft shot, for lack of a better term, at Doug at saying, stop asking Domantas Sabonis to be a rim protector. Stop asking DeMar DeRozan to guard 94 feet. Like, that's not what they're out here to do, and they've never been there to do that.
By the way, Rudy Gobert almost did drop.
He almost did drop 30.
So
but
it's
the
like,
point still stands.
He almost did.
So that makes it look even worse.
It's crazy.
When we come back, Brendan Vogt joins us. Pardon me, Brendan Vogt. Brendan Vogt from DNVR Sports with a look at tonight's opponent, the Denver Nuggets. Next, Drive Guys. We got Chris, we got Kayla, we got Jay, and we got you. Thanks for being with us on Sactown Sports.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Footballs are flying. The days are getting shorter. Fall is officially here. Will your heater be able to get you through the winter? The heater at Whiteywood shut down last winter. So who did we call? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. We wanted somebody we could trust to do the job right and deliver great value, and Lee's came through. Check them out at leesair.com. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating has built a reputation as the leading HVAC company in Sacramento. We've got a new HVAC system that works great, saves us money month to month. Find out how they can help you at leesair.com. License number 635355.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the best selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. All of them top quality, hand-selected by their general manager, Chuck Dean. You can see for yourself their huge selection at SacSuperstore.com with the lowest prices and the best car buying experiences anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown
Yeah, I know
Sports
that
app.
some people here, pardon me, can I plug in back over there? I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Some people calling this combination we have today, Kayla Anderson and Chris Watkins, Cakins? I'm not doing it.
Cakins?
It reminds me of Cankles.
All caked up on a Tuesday. Come on.
Because you guys are separate media moguls in your own right.
Yes,
so,
right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we are pleased to have both of you with us today.
Absolutely.
Cankins, I'll take it. I'll take it, man. I'll take
Yeah,
it.
it's not terrible. I've been called worse.
Now,
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too,
Same.
definitely.
Yeah.
My math isn't great, but the game tonight, 8 o'clock our time. So in Denver, what is that like? It's on at midnight or?
Yeah, pretty much. Might as well be.
Yeah, let's
Not
find out.
good.
Nice enough to join us, Brendan Vode. He's a Nuggets beat writer for DNVR.com. Brendan, thanks for your time. This is a little bit of a later tip-off for y'all in Colorado tonight, right?
Yeah, a late tip-off for us. I can't imagine for the Nuggets fans on the East Coast. It's going to be 9 p.m. over here, so I'll be ready to go to bed at halftime, but we all got a job to do, right?
I want to ask you this, Brendan, if I may. You know, we right now in Sacramento, a lot of talk about a rebuild or tanking because it looks like maybe this iteration of the Kings has kind of gone as far as they're going to go. So we don't know for sure that's where it's going to go. Eventually, you would think it will. It's inevitable. I just want to ask you, this Nuggets team, at what point, if ever, did they have to rebuild or retool, would you say, to get to where they are, which is, they've won a championship?
There was a little bit of retooling. I mean, eventually the long transition from the Carmelo Anthony years to the Danilo Gallinari to what eventually became Jamal Murray and Jokic's core, around 2016, 2017, it's a real turning of the tide in Denver. It took a while, and there were a lot of questions about whether patience was the right approach, whether they needed to shake it up again or make a big trade. Ultimately, when they won in 2023, ownership, coaching staff, they all cited patience as key in them getting it done. It's a little easier to be patient when you slowly realize you have probably the best player in the world going for you, and it worked out for them in the Jokic years. But yeah, they've had to rebuild. I mean, the Nuggets this is really the golden era for an organization that's really seen more heartbreak than hope.
Brendan, I'm curious, last season you guys finished 21st in defensive rating. Obviously, Mike Malone, we know from his time here in Sacramento, preaches defense, and that's obviously not what he would have wanted to see. And then this year, you guys are sitting right now at second in terms of defensive rating. You guys are 7-2 on the year, looking like one of the best teams in the league. If not for OKC, you probably have the best defense in the NBA right now. What do you kind of attribute such a massive switch on that end of the floor to?
That's a good question. There are a lot of factors. First, just to pour a little glass of cold water on it, it's early, and the schedule has been a bit favorable to Denver. So you always got to take that stuff into account when you're only 9-10 games into the season. They've played some teams that they're expected to beat or teams that are missing key players, and that's helped them for sure. But they've changed things up. I mean, they have a new defensive coordinator, if you will, with that terminology, in Jared Dudley. Head coach David Adelman he's really encouraged creativity, versatility on both ends of the floor. So they've gone zone more than they have in the past. They've kind of changed the way they're covering pick and rolls with Jokic. It's a bit more game-to-game personnel as opposed to just, having a low man all the time. So they've changed some things. They've also moved Cam Johnson in for Michael Porter Jr. And while that trade has yet to bear fruit offensively, Cam Johnson is a better player on the other side of the floor, and it's provided some flexibility so they could add some depth. So I think those are all your factors into a hot start on the defensive side of the ball, but they've all talked about how they need to keep that up. They still think it's a work in progress.
Brendan, and Chris had mentioned only 2 losses on the season. One of those came to the Trail Blazers, but since then they have won 4 straight. Maybe what in that Blazers game did you see that they were able to, get the Nuggets, if you will, in terms of, getting that win and setting them back a little?
That is such a good question. I think that loss stands out as a really important data point in the Nuggets season so far. The Blazers are pressuring teams, picking guys up full court more than anyone else in the league. That's a league-wide trend now, but the Blazers are at the cutting edge, and they have the personnel to do it. I think that's been kind of the book on guarding Jamal Murray and the Jokic Nuggets over the years, is kind of try to exhaust Jamal as much as you can, pick him up full court. And then when they closed the game, they went small. They really committed to denying Jokic the ball, daring anyone else to hit a shot and beat them. And that's what OKC did to some extent as well in the second round. So that's what teams are going to try to do against Denver if they have the personnel to do it. On the Denver side, despite all the roster changes they've made, that's still something they're going to need to navigate. And hopefully by game 82 for them, they're better at handling those strategies than they are now.
Catching up with Brendan Vogt. He's a Nuggets beat reporter for DNVR.com. Wanted to ask you about Russell Westbrook. Were you surprised the way he played against Denver last time the Kings met the Nuggets? Were you surprised that the Nuggets didn't have him back this year?
I was not surprised at all at how he played. Not at all. I think we all would have bet, so to speak, we all would have really assumed that Russ was going to come in there and play his heart out and really try to just be as competitive as he can and send a message if he can, right, on the floor. We know Russ is a really emotional player. He takes his responsibility to the fans, really personally, really seriously. The Nuggets not bringing him back, we had heard whispers on this side sort of to the effect that Russ said after the game that he was told essentially not to pick that option up, that he wouldn't play as much. On one hand, they certainly could use a ball handler here in Denver right now. On the other, I think just some of the stresses and the fractures in that locker room from last year was something, that the organization was ready to move on from. And so they did that with, I think, multiple moves and multiple decisions. But certainly there's a version of Russell Westbrook that could help this Nuggets roster right now.
Brendan, I'm curious. I asked Chris Marlowe this when he joined us before the Kings played the Nuggets last time. Jokic at this point in his career, I mean, he can score with the best of them. He's one of the best rebounders. He, is routinely finishing near 10 assists a game. Even defensively, he's picked it up in terms of pick and roll coverage and things like that. What parts of his game is he working on at this point? Is there anything, as he heads into the offseason that, he's even if it's a specific move, a specific point on the floor that he's just trying to master or really dominate, is there really anything that he still is continually getting better at this point in his career?
Well, I would say the work never stops, so it's kind of hard to identify many things offensively he could get much better at. He's really committed to making sure that he's as effective as possible. He's really, really consistent in his work ethic. As far as areas for improvement, I mean, defensively, that's always one for Jokic, right? Where I think no matter how you feel about where he lands in that conversation, whether he's, a bit overrated or underrated on that side of the ball, it's certainly hit his weakness. So that's an area he's always looking to improve in. They're trying to tap into his IQ on that side of the ball with this, I think, more kind of, let's say, malleable defensive coverage where it's a little bit different game to game, and they're going to let him make some reads. The big thing for him is, I think, in my opinion, it's leadership, vocal leadership. We've seen that kind of grow for him over the years. He's more of a Tim Duncan than a LeBron James. He's going to lead by example, quietly so if possible, but they need his voice in that organization now more than ever, especially after the decisions they made last season, moving on from Michael Malone and Calvin Booth.
Brendan, I read an interesting, just little nugget, if you will. You see what I did there? Kevin's face on that. But Denver is the only NBA team right now to lead after the first quarter. And I feel that that's interesting just for the fact that tone setting is such a thing sometimes. And I know that they're having some issues with that here in Sacramento right now. In any way, do you see that as something that has benefited them?
Sure. I mean, I think, look, they they've tried to shore up the depth this season, but ultimately this has been a top-heavy team for a long time, and they've had really competitive starting lineups year in and year out. And this year they think they have one of, if not the best, once again. So I think when you have that kind of talented starting lineup, you're going to get off to a really nice start. What's changed for them is as they begin to kind of shuffle guys in and out and start making those rotations, they have more depth than they had before. So as opposed to kind of looking at a really steep drop-off, even while Jokic is still on the floor, they're rotating guys in like Bruce Brown Jr., who's back, Tim Hardaway Jr., who's been a great fit, and Peyton Watson, who's a year older and a year more mature and a year more capable. So it's allowed them to kind of extend what is typical dominance up front, through the full first quarter, and it's really helped them to get off to a hot start.
Brendan, we appreciate your time. We didn't even have time to talk about Jonas Valanciunas. Perhaps we can revisit that. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the game tonight if you can stay up for it. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. I'll go get some coffee now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, did you notice when he said, everything now is there's so much going on with gambling. When he said, any of us would have bet, and he goes, so to speak.
Yeah. No, definitely have to
It's like, wait,
put
I
all the
didn't say
caveats
that.
out there. Please,
Yeah.
please.
All right, so Kings and the Nuggets eventually tonight.
Eventually,
It
yeah.
almost seems like you're not that excited about it.
I know. Are you tired, Chris?
I am fairly tired, but it's just the beginning. I mean, they play tonight and then tomorrow anyway, so it's tough for me. But I wouldn't say I'm super excited. It's just tough to. We can talk about it more, but just what is exactly feels honestly. I mean, what feels like success for this team anymore? What are we really looking for?
Good question.
As especially on a night-to-night basis, like what is considered okay? This was in the betterment of the Sacramento Kings tonight for this result, whether it be actual game score or whether it be even just, hey, Nick Clifford scored 15 and had 8 rebounds tonight. Like, I just really don't even know what we're supposed to be looking for and what we should be getting excited about anymore.
Yeah, we're back with that and more. It's the Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
The Drive Guys, weekdays 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
on Sactown Sports 1140.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. It's our Black Friday sale. Recharge this season with a bundle of cozy, soothing comfort. Now only $17.99 for our C2 mattress and base, plus free premium delivery. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Around here, Maverick is more than a name. It's who we are. My dad climbed power poles for a living, and he taught me to keep homes running when it gets cold. This November, donate 5 canned foods to our holiday food drive and choose a furnace tune-up or an electrical safety check. We'll collect your cans at the appointment and keep your heat comfy and your lights steady. So the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com. Limited November appointments. Some restrictions may apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with a Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm lying when I'm looking away. I'm staring up and down. I'm all around, obsessed with your face.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Before we get back to the Kings, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge, how about it, Jay? Nick Kurtz, Rookie of the Year, the first A's player to win Rookie of the Year since 2009. And the A's were so excited about that. Apparently, we're not sure if this is why they did this, but over the weekend, before Kurtz won the award, although everyone knew he was probably going to win on Monday, over the weekend, the A's turned social media comments back on for the first time since January of 2024.
Damn.
Because they were getting, and I think they're still getting, destroyed on social media in the comment section.
Yeah.
So they turned that back on, and I assume it was because they were, giving people a chance to celebrate Nick Kurtz Rookie of the Year award.
I thought it was a kind of a thing of like they had to do it at some point, right? And probably doing it at the start of the offseason so that people can kind of flush it all out. And then maybe by the time the regular season starts, maybe it's not such a big deal when it happens. That's what my first thought was. But you know, Whitey, it could have just been they were so excited about Nick Kurtz and wanted everyone to share their excitement. By the way, for what it's worth, that post right now is sitting at 1.4 thousand comments right now.
Oh, okay.
That's just comments.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a lot of comments. I mean, at some point, you have to turn the comments back on. Yeah. Especially, you're going to get a lot of heat if you're the A's. But at the same time, now you got a little bit of potential with some of these young guys. And it was awesome to see Jacob Wilson, his teammate, too, come in second for the Rookie of the Year. I mean, you don't see that happen often with the 1-2 punch.
Yeah. They've got, I think, a bright future. And no matter what happens with Sacramento in Major League Baseball, the A's stay, unlikely but possible, or the A's leave and we get an expansion team, possible, unlikely but possible, or even if that's it, the A's leave and we never get a Major League team again, we will always have the summer of Nick Kurtz, right?
That's so true.
Rookie of the Year Nick Kurtz.
Yeah.
I guess I hear what you're saying. I just don't know if spiritually that's true, though, because I don't know how much Sacramento participated in the season. And I think that's the problem, the entire problem with this A's experiment is it's all fine and dandy that they might accomplish things while they're in Sacramento, but truly if you don't do it, it's like, what is the point of being rich if you don't have any friends when you're rich, is essentially what I'm saying. If the A's are good and, have fun, exciting young players, but they don't have a fan base to celebrate or be excited about those young players for, like, what's the point of doing all of this? And so that's just where I hope next year, again, they have the Sacramento jersey, like they're
working on it.
Going to try and make a better effort of making Sacramento involved. And I think the results might help that as well. I think the A's might be pretty decent next year, but I just don't know if truly we can say that again, I probably went to less A's games than a lot of people.
More than I did.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
it did happen here.
It did happen.
It could end up being just a trivia question. Let's say he plays 20 years and is a Hall of Famer, which is certainly possible. And Nick Kurtz, Hall of Famer, got his first major league hit in what city or stadium? Sutter Health Park.
Yeah.
In Sacramento? Was that a rental team? Yeah.
Yes,
it was. I mean, it could be the summer of 25. It could be, summer 69. You could turn it into summer 25.
Could be great.
No?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it earlier. I mean, with all the young talent the A's have, I mean, could they potentially, bring in a couple more pitchers? Like, if they have, I mean, I was reading Martin Gallegos wrote a kind of synopsis of the season in general and kind of broke it down into three, a promising start and then that 1-20 stretch that we all talk about, and then ended the season playing the best baseball or some of the best baseball in the entire league. And so I don't know. I mean, I wonder if the A's play more like those two chunks, not the 1-22 chunk next season. That could be where, we could all, I think, truly talk about, wow, like how incredible was it that, the Kings were trash that year and everyone was frustrated, and it kind of in a weird way let the door open for Sacramentans to get excited about something, and there walks the opportunity that the A's might have right in front of them.
Yeah, you're right. They could stand to add some pitching, and they're clearly going to add Kyler Murray.
Absolutely.
So, man. He's coming.
So Alan's so opposed to that. Alan's so opposed to Kyler Murray coming here to play baseball.
I mean,
He's just.
I think
it's just he sees a lot of himself.
Yeah, I'm not going to go back to play, so why should
so why should
you
Kyler
can't
get
just
to?
walk in and get to run Center Health Park like that? And I mean, it's. I think they would love to have Kyler. It might put some butts in seats as the commissioner would love. But yeah, I mean, I think that there is a chance that next season A's baseball is actually something that we are all legitimately excited about, and like we would actually have, not even just in Sactown sports corners, but like in corners all across Sacramento, people might actually be having A's conversations. Hey, you going to go to the game this weekend? Hey, take the family out to the lawn and all those things. Like, I think there is going to be an opportunity, especially with how upset people are about how this Kings season is gone.
That's what I was just going to say.
Going to be a beautiful summer, all of that stuff. Like, it's definitely a window of opportunity that they could potentially have.
It's like, take the momentum that you didn't get from the Kings season. And again, there's a long ways to go, but maybe the A's can build off of this youth movement there, like you said. And even if you have one more season here that's really good and you can get fans, kind of jumping in seats, that would be fun. It's a getaway from what you may experience in this hoop season.
And there's a lot of people in town, and not just in town, but West Sacramento, and they're trying to make the very best of this to show baseball.
I know.
Look, we can support a team here. Right. The A's, everything going on in Vegas, who knows? But the efforts really are aimed at showing baseball. This is a great spot. You should consider us for one of your expansion teams. We're so far behind someplace like Utah, Salt Lake City, because we don't have a stadium plan yet. We don't know where the money would come from, but there is time to make up that ground. But in the meantime, they need to show baseball, look, this is a legitimate major league city. Yeah,
no, for sure. I think next year really is the true proving ground. Like, I think everyone can acknowledge year one was going to have a lot of stumbling blocks from the A side of thing, but also from the fan engagement side.
And I think baseball realizes the brand is damaged.
Yes.
So while the attendance was terrible, well, they have to realize, okay, but people aren't going to go watch that team for a while anyway,
right?
Because of the fallout from what happened in Oakland.
Yeah, and they might have if it was in Salt Lake City where it's far enough removed. But when you have so much cross-contamination with the Oakland and Sacramento and even non-A's fans still feeling the ramifications of
what
their
they
actions.
charged early on for the tickets.
Absolutely, the most expensive ticket in baseball, right? For the preseason as it was. That definitely didn't last, but yeah, I think that with everyone just in general having a better understanding of what it is that they're signing up for. I know there's a ton of people, ESPN obviously wrote that article at the end of the season about, a lot of fans maybe feeling bamboozled by the whole situation. I think / hope that everybody from all parties have a better understanding of what everybody is signing up for this year. And much like we talk about with the Kings, I think just having the expectations maybe be set a little bit more reasonably will lead to possibly a different reaction of what actually ends up playing out.
Yeah. If this is a baseball game and Sacramento's trying to get a team here, it's early in the game. It's like maybe
fourth?
Top two, maybe.
You think that early? Okay.
And Sacramento's behind. Salt Lake City's way ahead, but there's a lot of baseball left to be played.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it depends if they have Shohei Ohtani in or something like that.
It's like 4-0 in the second inning or something like that. That's not good.
Not off to a great start.
But then you can hit it, you 3-run home run, and then
right, and then you're right back in it.
Yeah. Kayla knows baseball.
Oh yeah,
she's doing a lot.
I mean, my Mariners did blow it, but I still know baseball.
Absolutely.
You know.
Now, what were you asking? What was your question? Pardon me, about the Kings and where they are, and what are we?
Yeah.
What are we looking for?
It's really just a simple conversation of just like what is success, I guess, especially at this point. Like, again, to maybe even tie it into the A's conversation of just what exactly is it on a night-to-night basis if you're walking into Golden One Center tonight? Is success for the Kings, like if you're a Kings fan and you're just in general hoping for the betterment of we'll call it Kings stock, and you're just hoping that at the end of today the stock feels like it's settled, or it's definitely not going down as it has these past couple games where it feels like, oh man, this thing is really tanking towards the bottom, no pun intended. I just kind of wonder what exactly we should be wanting to see from the Kings. Is it young player development? Is it, hey, we want these veterans to maybe start to show some signs of life because it's an 82-game season. We're only 10 games in. It's great if we want to rebuild, like Dave said, but we're going to rebuild for 72 games and just be really bad. Like, can we win 30 games, 35 games? Like, you can be bad and not necessarily have to be god-awful and be unwatchable, especially with how the lottery odds
big
are.
picture, that'd be like the worst.
It's the worst thing to do, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, what's the point of being terrible, getting the number one pick, and then saying, hey, here you go, welcome to the land of nothing? Like, you would ideally want to have a situation where they can maybe step in, not have to be the day one messiah, and have some pieces around them that can actually elevate them. All of it to say, I just don't really know what that is on a night-to-night basis for the Sacramento Kings, especially more specifically at this weird limbo part that where, again, are they're running out Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and Sabonis 35 and Dennis Schroeder 35 minutes a night. That doesn't really sound like we're going to be seeing a lot of things that concern the Sacramento Kings' future or betterment.
I think if the Kings are getting ready to rebuild, as Dave suggested, then right now, before they do that, it's kind of like, the uvula and the what purpose does it? That's the thing.
The thing that
why is it there? What does it do?
Hangs down.
Yeah, and that's kind of where at the uvula point of the season, like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What, right?
You got very anatomy on us.
We are at the uvula part of the
back in
season.
anatomy class.
What are we doing? What is that for? Why is it there?
It doesn't really serve a purpose.
I mean,
just cut it out. I mean, honestly, at this point, from what I understand,
here's
you
a
can
scalpel.
live without
Go
it,
ahead.
right?
Yeah.
Cut Dennis Schroeder out. There you
I
go.
apologize if that's where you were going. I didn't mean to say that.
You really just took her uvula.
No, I don't think I was going to use that. I'm definitely not getting anatomy technical, but I do respect that because again, I'm visualizing that just like the flooring. I'm at the point where, okay, if you've already decided, if Carmichael Dave is telling us an actual report here, and you're saying you're rebuilding, okay, well then let's start to see the young guys out and get more minutes. Because if that is what it is, I don't give a damn who your veterans are and how much they've played. If you're really then going to start committing to the rebuild process, why are you going to put it off? I can see getting the trade value part and all of that, but we all know who DeMar DeRozan is.
Right.
We all know who Zach LaVine is at this point. Like,
DeMar's having a good season.
He
by the
is.
way.
He is.
Of course, offensively, especially.
Yeah.
The showcasing thing I think is interesting too because, like, to that point, like we know who DeMar DeRozan is, we know who Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, the list goes on and on. It's just strange to me that that they're still playing so much because I just don't think if you play them 25 minutes, our team's really going to say, well, he's clearly not very good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, the conversation continues when we come right back. Kayla, Chris, Jay, Whitey, and you. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Visit SactownSports.com and join the Sactown Sports 1140 newsletter.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
Running a small business during the holidays is hard.
No truer words were.
But this year, Staples helped me have an easy holiday.
Your script has a typo.
Nope, easy peasy. I just ordered online at staples.com and picked up in store. And with UPS on site, shipping was easy too. Plus, huge savings on tech, custom cards, even my holiday sales signage.
Visit your local Staples store or staples.com today for up to 45% off select laptops.
That was easy.
Ends 12/27.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Get Black Friday savings during the Happy Honda Days excitement going on now at Stockton Honda, Northern California's best Honda dealer. You'll score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas. Don't wait. The clock is ticking at StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sepp Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sepp Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sepp's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local. It's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
I mentioned we got Jay, we got Whitey, we got Kayla, we got Chris. We just had Ramsey helping us out with that. Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. We got Jay
Teamwork.
Woods back there.
Making the dream work.
How many people does it take to run this show?
I
mean,
know.
my goodness.
I know. It's a big night with the Kings on NBC for the first time since, what'd you say, since Bill Walton was on NBC?
Walton was on the call.
Yeah.
2002. Where were you?
2002. I was Game 7. I don't remember where I was Game 7. I definitely remember where
What
I
year?
was Game 5.
Were you a little bitty one?
I was 7 at the time.
Look at that.
So.
Whitey, where were you?
Yeah, I just remember that was kind of the first heartbreak.
I just turned 60.
Yeah.
In 2002.
Yep.
So
I thought you said
Sounds about
16,
right.
Whitey. I thought
Yes.
16. I know. I was like 2002. That seems like another lifetime ago.
Yeah, I was not at the arena. I remember I was watching at home for Game 7. I was in the arena for other parts of that series, but Game 7 watching at home. But we don't need to talk about that today, do we?
I'm actually just curious, what kind of access you had were you a part of the media at the time? I'm just curious what kind of access they used to give you at that point.
Yeah, I worked here. I was doing mornings here.
Yeah. And so they were just, it was, because it just seems as if they had, you guys back in the day, like 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Now we really see them. We get them at shoot around. We get them after practice. We see them take free throws at the end of practice. I'm just kind of more curious as to back in the day, you're covering a team that's in the Western Conference Finals, right about to go to the championship. I'm more just curious what kind of insight you were kind of truly able to give. It feels like back then you could honestly give more insight than you could give now when we have just a ton of information.
When I did mornings, I didn't really go to the games much. It was just,
I'd imagine. Yeah, that's tough.
So
shout out J. Ross, by the way.
Yeah,
I know.
Absolutely.
I feel like he is everywhere at every time of the day.
It's insane.
But I'll tell you as quickly as I can here, when I first came here, I was working at a rock station in town, but I was doing sports. So I covered the Kings, got a credential, and I got to sit right behind the opposing team's bench in Arco 2. And after a couple years of that, for some reason they changed their policy, and it was you had to have sports programming on your station, or you had to have a talk show or sports talk show. And if you
called the Whitey rule.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but then you couldn't, you didn't get credentialed. And this was a long time ago, and a different regime, and it's totally different now. For some reason they did that, and now of course you go out there and it's like, and it's the way it should be. Like they let a lot of people are credentialed.
It's the opposite in the NFL. Like
Really?
That's what's so interesting nowadays. Like you'd think that you'd have more access, like you were just saying, back in the day. So that's interesting that it's like now you guys as media members here have a lot of access, because it's like been the opposite. Every year covering the NFL, it was like you got smaller and smaller in terms of your access. It's wild.
People with blogs, and they should, but
you're right,
there was
though.
a time when I'm doing sports on a radio station. That's not good enough.
Yeah.
Now you have a blog, and again, you should have that. You get access.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I think the more people that are, obviously more people are interested in the game now, I would say as well. But yeah, I think the more sides, the more perspective you can get, the better. And I think with how information is dispersed these days too, I kind of feel like it's necessary to have all of these different arms, because it just feels like no one entity can get the information. And so I think, with how it works now is you just need as many people trying to get as small of information as possible at it. But it's just it's fascinating to me. I wish we could sit behind the team.
Kidding.
That's really where you feel like you're getting access.
It was tremendous.
You get to hear the bench, you get to hear the players, the real conversation.
You just
that's
be
how
on
you
Twitter,
really know.
like
That's how you really know what happened.
One time Ralph Sampson went into the game, and he was, unfortunately, it was towards the end of his run with Golden State. He'd been injured. He wasn't playing much. And Don Nelson puts him into the game at the end of the first half. And he goes in, gets the ball, throws it at the basket, doesn't go anywhere near the basket. Don Nelson sits him down, and I'm sitting right, like almost as close as we are. And Don Nelson takes him out and goes, "You weren't even looking at the basket!" It's like, oh my.
You're like, yes, I'm loving this.
That's just incredible stuff. And unless,
and he's a Hall of Famer now, by the
Come
way.
on.
Yeah.
Both of them
Absolutely.
are. Yeah.
No, but that's the kind of thing where, again, it just gives you a different level of access, and then you're watching the game different. It just changes your entire viewing experience, and again, I think it changes how maybe you cover the team. And so
or having scouts
crazy.
there going, "Hey, how about this Presley guy? What's he shooting from three?" You know, stuff like that. It was amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's very cool. Now they're just up in the rafters.
They just throw us in a.
But it's publicity. The league recognizes all the leagues recognizing.
Sure.
And that's why they've always, given the media food and treated the media to all these things, because you're helping us promote.
Oh man, don't bring up the food.
Tell
anymore.
that to
Frankie
MLS,
Cardicelli
by the way.
upset. They pulled back the popcorn. Frankie Cardicelli not a happy camper.
Wait, they don't give popcorn anymore?
Frankie Cardicelli's not a happy camper.
Since when? This year?
It's a couple games ago. Switched up, and Frankie Cardicelli not a happy camper.
Oh, and he's there all the time,
and
just
as
like
you know, Frankie is He needs his
Gold
popcorn.
One Center is known for its popcorn.
It's known for his popcorn.
Literally.
Steph
Yeah, you
Curry
told me the
quite
story.
literally has been like, I specifically order
popcorn?
Golden One Center popcorn. And so there you go. It's a touchy subject.
Is it just Frankie or is it everybody?
No, it's really just Frankie that's upset. It's real. Like,
I mean, is he the only one that they don't give popcorn to? That's okay.
Okay,
All
well,
right,
maybe
never
there's
mind.
something actually Popcorn
You know,
Gate
I'm trying
to investigate this.
I can't ruin it for everybody here,
Exactly.
but yeah, no, Frankie is really upset about not getting popcorn.
So Chris was wondering now with the Kings again at a crossroads with
big
Dave
crossroads.
today
Mm-hmm.
on the Jason Ross with Christopher Lodge show. Carmichael Davis may appear. He was saying the rebuild has officially begun, and it sounds like he's gotten word from somebody on this. So Chris was asking, well, what are we looking for now as Kings fans? What do we want? If that's where we are, and if the wins are not going to be as plentiful, maybe they still will, but if they're not, what are we looking for? And I think you touched on it. To me, it's probably going to be a matter of, hey, if you win and you light the beam, great, right? If you're going to the game, you want to light the beam.
Gravy.
Other than that, if the Kings lose, but you have one of the young players, especially if it's Maxime and or Nick Clifford playing well, to me it's like, yes, that's good.
Yeah, no, and to me that's the biggest glaring thing about Keegan not being out there too is that even in these games we could definitely say, like Kings lose by 25-30 to OKC, but you know, Keegan was definitely the Kings' primary scorer tonight, and he really kind of is showing more of, you know, being maybe, you know, on an ideal team, maybe a second scorer, but on this team, I'm okay if the Kings lose by 25, but Keegan Murray is facilitating and putting the ball on the floor and taking Cade Cunningham took like 50 shots last night. Like, can Keegan, this is something crazy. Like, can Keegan take 20? And I would be thrilled in a game. Those are the kind of things where it's like, like, especially when Nick was missing earlier in the year, I think it was even more obviously just evident that this team is just a bunch of, like, when Keegan's not playing and when Nick's not playing, when Max isn't out there, when Dylan Cardwell's not out there, whoever young guy you want to throw out there. By the way, Devin Carter sick tonight. He's not going to be able to play. Keon Ellis, you can throw him out there.
Do we know about Denver's health, by the way? Someone was asking.
With
I don't
Murray,
think I've gotten that update as of yet.
We'll
no.
get that, yes.
Yeah, no, I think it's just, I think it's just more glaring that, you know, this team really doesn't have anything that it's working for in the present. Like, what is this current group of these veteran guys, while they are out here playing, what exactly are they out here playing for? I kind of feel like, to our previous conversation, like they don't even know exactly what they're out there playing for. Like, Doug is telling them to play defense. They're not playing defense. I don't think they want to play defense. I don't think that's what they're going to pride themselves on. I just feel like this current group is very directionless in many different ways.
And you don't really know it, you know, we don't know this for sure. Like, what exactly is the message coming from in terms of management, right? Because management's always going to want to be competitive, because if you have a really bad team, you're not going to get as many butts in the seat. That's just the matter of fact. And I know Sacramento Kings fans are absolutely probably one of the more dedicated fan bases, but from what I have listened to, read, seen from fans, is like they're starting to say enough is enough. And if you get to the point this season where you do have still these same veterans out there and these guys that are already set in their ways and they're still losing ball games by the amount that they're losing, you're not going to have butts in that seat. And maybe you're not going to have them if you start playing some of the young guys, but at least you're going to start getting these guys in rotation and getting them comfortable with what they're going to probably be doing from years on out, day in and day out. And so at some point, like I had mentioned before, I say just start giving these younger guys more minutes. Give Keon Ellis more minutes unless you have a trade plan for him. You know, I just feel like at this point, we've already started to see where the direction is. And the direction is not going to be a playoff team. So really, what then are we waiting on? Are we just then satisfying each individual player because we're giving them a certain amount of money? I get that. It's a business. But if you're trying to really rebuild and reset and start to do this sooner than later, you have to start playing these young guys and giving them more minutes. And that, to me, would be a little win here and there to see the guys growing.
Yeah, especially when you see how much energy Nick and Devin and Maxime play with when they're on the floor as they were in Summer League.
Yeah.
And I know Summer League is not the NBA. I recognize that. But they play with a lot more energy. It seems like they play with more effort at times, which I think is just because they have a clearer idea of what they're doing. But let's just for a second look at the other side of the coin. Let's say, and all signs indicate the Kings right now are looking at retooling, rebuilding. We'll find out soon enough. Right. It looks like that's the direction in which they're headed. What if they're not? What can you do from here? I know there are some theories on social media. If you weren't doing that, about the only thing you could try, I would think, would be the distressed asset mode, which is you try to get Ja. And I don't think they're doing this. We're just talking hypothetical. Or I know people said, what about, Zion? Would you go get him? I don't think any of us would be in favor of that. But just in theory, if you didn't want to rebuild, that's probably about the only thing you could do, right?
Well, I mean, they could continue to just build smaller pieces, I guess. If it wouldn't be the smarter move. Like, I think if you are going to try and make something of this current group of guys, you should try and get some sort of big piece to try and say, like, this is at least what we're building around. But I guess in theory they could. What's to stop them from saying, Keegan's out and we just are, I keep using this guy, but like Kyle Kuzma away from this team making sense. Like, I think that wouldn't make sense. I think that seems to be the furthest direction that seems plausible, but it still is a direction in which I guess could be taken.
We're just looking at options.
Yes, exactly.
Whether they're good or bad, what could you choose to do?
And I think in terms of like the Ja Morant thing too, which I know that's still a narrative out there and we don't know exactly what's going to happen with that, but it was brought up that he could potentially maybe be interest here. But then you have to look at like really what is this team's issues and what does this organization want this team to look like moving forward? And the big issue is the defense overall, right? And so you at some point have to start minimizing the amount of guards that you have here. And I know there's some really good individual players, but they're all like competing for time, and we hear that even from Doug Christie every night that it's a log jam. At what point is the log going to be taken out? Because at some point that's going to be the starting point of seeing what the rebuild is. But unless you're going to get a guy that's going to help you in other aspects of your game, including, by the way, they're just such a small team compared to some of these teams they're facing night in and night out. It's just not an immediate fix, I don't think.
Yeah. I like Precious Achiuwa.
Yeah.
And I think he's a good player, but I think it says something about your roster, and this is I don't mean to slight him, but when you've got a guy that was available all summer and then late, Miami picked him up, right? And then right before the season started, they let him go, and you bring him in, and it's like, he really stands out on your roster.
I mean, he went from couch to starter. In like 4 days.
Uh-huh.
I mean that.
He's got a resume. He's a legitimate
I like Precious
player.
Everything you just said.
But you watch him like, oh my goodness, he really pops on this roster.
Absolutely, and they noticed it right away. And I think it's. It is a credit to Precious 100%, but it's definitely also a big strike to this roster that it clearly is just in desperate need of a serviceable NBA guy. Like, I think Precious Achiuwa could have been on any team. I don't know if he plays on every team, but I think it's kind of crazy that this team is a Keegan Murray injury from Precious Achiuwa being the clear and obvious best option at the 4. Like, I think it really does speak to the team's just roster imbalance, I guess, which is something we all know and something we've been talking about. But yeah, I just think that in general, the team needs to be structured differently. It needs to make more sense. It needs to be a lot more 2025 than 2015 from what it seems like. I mean, the amount of mid-range jumpers that this team takes is definitely it's malpractice. Like, you should not be a team that is taking their second in the NBA in total mid-range attempts. I was looking earlier. I don't know.
Funny because they're actually, if I'm not mistaken, they're shooting the 3-ball pretty well.
They're shooting the 3-ball great.
Isn't that the opposite of what you guys are usually?
They're 9th in 3-point percentage as a team, but 29th in 3-point attempts. Okay. Hear about this. They are they are 3rd in 2-point attempts, but they are 24th in 2-point percentage. So that's completely backwards, that they hit threes but don't take them. They take a ton of twos and in general don't hit the twos. A lot of those are at the rim. They take more mid-range shots, like I said, than any other team in the league. They have the fewest wide open 3-point attempts of any team in the league by far. Only second to the Lakers at just under 15 a game. Like, they aren't getting good shots. They don't take good shots, and the offense doesn't look like it really has much purpose. Like, I think it's a lot of guys who are just pulling up and taking tough shots,
Right.
and DeMar hits a lot of them. But I think the problem is, at the end of the day, it's a process oriented thing to where, yeah, it's great that you can hit a tough turnaround jumper when there's no other answer, but if that's what you're great at, like as a team, then that's probably a problem that, you're more of a 911 answer than we can get to this every single time down the floor kind of thing. And I think that's where a team like Denver is going to kill you, because Denver can get, if they have 100 possessions in a game, they'll get 93 good possessions in a game out of 100, and you'll just lose from the volume of good shots that they take.
Kayla, just not to put you on the spot here. Sidebar. In theory, if you weren't getting popcorn when you worked a game and you were getting kettle chips, how would you feel about that?
Oh, yeah. Look, I like kettle chips, but it is not the same as popcorn. Popcorn, you can just keep popping. Kettle chips, eventually, there's only so many in the bag. Yeah. Popcorn, is endless, I feel like. And so it lasts you a lot longer. And especially if you're in a game like you were the other night where you're seeing these guys get blown out, you need all the popcorn you can get.
Thank you, Tony Ray Harvey.
Especially when it's elite popcorn versus
that's right. Icky, stale
very
popcorn.
Good kettle chips that are somehow
but it's
homemade.
Free. That's the problem I have with complaining about the media food.
You're like, but it's free, though. Come on. Give us
Just because
something.
it's free does not mean it's got to be bad. I'm sorry.
But you don't have to eat it.
You kind of do. You
just might have issues after,
unless you want me eating arena food, and then I'm going to be broke at the end of the day. So.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't
then
want
you
that.
You really don't want me talking about the team at that point. So
how much has the tough schedule played into all this? Oh, this team's terrible.
Man.
Look at the record, 3-7.
I don't know.
The schedule's been
brutal. It
It's
has,
not great.
but Kevin, even in the beginning though, when there were those couple games they should have, they obviously got one of them against Utah, but the Phoenix game they should have got. They probably should have got the game where the Lakers had everybody out, right? But at the same time, there's been some games where they've been really competitive with some of these really good teams. But that goes back to your notion of, this team has a lot of good individual offensive players, and we know that at times when they're on, it's a really fun team to watch offensively. But defensively, there's just no consistency. And so winning those tight games has been hard for the finishing part of it.
Yeah.
And so the schedule, I get it. It has been tough. But at the same time, it's I hate using that as an excuse too, because they've been in games. They've been in games.
Phoenix, by the way, and you're absolutely right. The Kings should have won that game. Phoenix is 6-5.
Yeah,
they
not
won
bad.
3 in a row.
That's kind of surprising.
Yeah. What did Grayson Allen do last night?
He was incredible. I think he had 42 points or something like that. He had
10
threes. It was something.
Yeah.
I mean, he was incredible last night. So, it goes to show everybody in the preseason. Man, this offseason, I was huge on the Clippers and I was huge on Dallas.
Yeah.
Both of those teams are 3-7 right now and absolutely terrible. So I had a terrible gauge on just what the league was going to this
it's
year.
Early, though.
I think it more just speaks to as well. It's just so even too. I think on both sides. The East is I know again, it's early, but they're only separated by a handful of games, 2 games from 12 to their 3 seed and things like that. And so. Yeah, just the league in general is just an absolute bloodbath. But to go to the Kings thing in their schedule, I just feel like in general, 3-7, this team isn't very good. And so to me, 3-7 is probably
about
right where they should be. And honestly, anything else would probably be worse for the long standing of this team. It's probably good that they're getting hit with reality so quickly, because the last thing I think fans would have wanted was to delay this thing longer than it needs to be.
Yeah, that's a good. And I think we're still saying, there's been some issues because of the injuries. There's been guys in and out of the lineup, or maybe Domas in terms of his ability. I know he's out there and he's going to play every night hard as he can, but he's got the rib issue, and you could tell in that game against Minnesota that he was struggling at times. And so then there's that, if Keegan Murray were back in the lineup, what would that, I don't think that would make I think it'd make a little difference maybe you would have won 1 or 2 more games, but I think it the product is what it is, no matter what excuse you want to make with the injuries.
They're 3 wins too, 5 points. They've won 8 8 points in their wins. They've only won those 3 games by a total of 8 points.
I think what the Kings have to avoid going forward, even if they decide we're going to go down the path of fewer wins now to increase our chances of getting better players as soon as this draft. I think fans eventually, as the draft approaches, we get into the spring, I think fans might start to get excited about that. But the one thing I think they can't afford to be is boring.
Yes.
I mean, if they're not going to win, aren't they going to be boring? Well, not necessarily. And I know that's a slippery slope, but we talked about it yesterday. Michael Redd on social media saying, I love basketball, but this seems getting to be a tough watch. You can't have that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I point to a team like the Pistons, right? Like the Pistons were bad for those years where they lost like 25 straight games or whatever, and I'm sure during that stretch they were unwatchable, but even then they still had Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Isaiah Stewart, Asur Thompson. Like they had very, very, especially if you're invested in the team, like exactly what we're talking about. Even if you're losing on a night, you can say, wow, like Asur Thompson picked up Kevin Durant, and he was great on him all night long. And Cade Cunningham had 25 points and 11 assists. And, Isaiah Stewart, Beef Stew, had 3 blocks and got into a skirmish with somebody like he does every single night. That's the part where, to Whitey's point, like, you can lose these games and still have you said, like, hey, you can tank and no one's going to show up. You can still tank, quote unquote, and be entertaining and still have
that's
the fans
easier
and
to
audience.
say than to actually do, but I think you're
100%,
right.
because we've also done the bad part, right?
Yeah.
Where the Kings are rolling out Nick Stauskas and Jason Thompson and Quincy Acey as their starting lineup, and it's like, okay, this is bad, unentertaining, and the unguaranteed part is, which the Kings have fallen victim to in the past, you suck, and then you don't end up getting the player at the end of the rainbow, and you just elongate the process year over year.
And the one player who's been the entertainment, win or lose, I feel like, has been Westbrook, who no one really, unless you're Westbrook fans, thought would be at this level being the guy that did it.
I know. And then he didn't play as many minutes.
And then he
in the
didn't
last
play,
game.
and didn't start.
Speaking of the Kings, obviously Kings conversation continuing throughout the show. Kyle Draper threatening to join us today at 4:30. So lots more Kings talk to come. When we come back, though, Richard Sherman, is he right about Mac Jones and the 49ers? Next on Sactown Sports.
The Drive Guys, weekdays 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Footballs are flying. The days are getting shorter. Fall is officially here. Will your heater be able to get you through the winter? The heater at Whiteywood shut down last winter. So who did we call? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. We wanted somebody we could trust to do the job right and deliver great value, and Lee's came through. Check them out at leesair.com. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating has built a reputation as the leading HVAC company in Sacramento. We've got a new HVAC system that works great, saves us money month to month. Find out how they can help you at leesair.com. License number 635355.
This 49ers Red Zone Report is being brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Shotgun snap. Jones under pressure, throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, 49ers! Jawad Jennings makes the grab in the end zone. Jones takes the snap, under pressure, time running out. He runs left side, he throws, complete, wide open, and into the end zone for the score! Touchdown, 49ers! Mac Jones diagnosing his options, looked right, then looked left, and then finds Luke Farrell for the touchdown.
Ready, set, win big. When the 49ers win, you score. With 49% off any large pizza, only at Mountain Mike's Pizza. Celebrate every game day with your favorites from our legendary crispy, curly pepperoni, bold sauced up wings, garlic butter drenched sides, and gooey sweet desserts, all hot, fresh, and built for a Niners victory. Download the Mountain Mike's app, join Mountain Rewards, and turn every Niners win into a pizza party. Let's go Niners. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
I wear my stunner glasses at night so I can cool. Scrape with them whistling by.
There's always more Kings talk to discuss.
And we got you covered. It's the Drive Guys.
Kayla here today. Chris Watkins, of course, Jay. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. We'll get to what Richard Sherman had to say about the 49er quarterback situation. But first, to the phones we go. Let's see if Pam is still there. Pam, thank you so much for hanging on. How are you today? Yeah, I think we lost Pam. My apologies, Pam. I think Pam was on hold for a long time. How about a special edition of Check It with TC? What's up, TC?
There you go.
Mic check.
Hey, yeah, Kayla, Whitey, Jay in the back. What's going on?
Say hi to Chris Watkins.
What's poppin'? Hey, listen. Oh, and my bad, Chris. What's up, bro?
What up, TC? How's it going?
Man, stop. My bad, bro.
No,
hey,
you're
listen,
fine.
So listen,
What's up?
Hey, so we talking about the youngers, and that's what I was when I was calling, right? When everybody was talking about roster politics. That's what I said from the beginning when I said that's just talk. I don't care about what nobody talking about. Zach and DeMar, bro, you're going to the bench. Coaches in real organizations and championship organizations make decisions that way, especially if we're on these waves and people are getting these sources talking about we don't care about their value. Well, if that's the case, then bench the guys because we're going to move them on pennies on the dollar anyway. So do you guys want to hear a couple trade packages I have?
Let's do it.
Ooh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Send it.
Okay, so listen, let's get the first one, right? So I got the first one going to Grizzlies since we in talks with the Grizzlies. I don't know how much of that is true, but if it is, I got Domas, Devin Carter, I got 2026 first-round pick and a 2027 second-round pick going to the Grizzlies for John Morant and Brandon Clark. Really think about that. Really think about that trade.
All right.
Also,
yeah. What else you got?
Also, I had Devin Carter going to Houston. If Houston's still looking for a point guard / I give him Devin Carter, 2026 second-round pick for Tara Eason, and then sign him to a 4-year, what is that, 4-year, 15, 30, a 4-year, $65 million. So I trade for him and then give him a $60 million contract. What's that, about 15 a year? 17 a year, about almost Malik's contract? So, listen, I want you guys to walk through both those trades. Don't look at them like I'm talking crazy.
No.
Really analyze the trades, what I just said. Think about both of them. And those are like doable trades, bro, and it's not giving up a lot.
All right.
That's all I got, y'all.
Thank you, TC.
Thank you, TC.
Appreciate it.
TC's bringing it.
I don't want to give up as much draft capital as he's given up for Ja.
For the first one, That's the only thing.
Ja just scares me. Yeah, Ja makes me really, really nervous. In general, as like if we're just saying like that as a the trade package of Sabonis, Devin Carter, and first round pick, that's not terrible. It's definitely not terrible at all.
I would probably do the second one.
I don't know if Memphis would take that either.
Yeah, well, they might.
And
if
the
they wanna
other
get
one,
Ja out.
I like it from the Kings side. There's no way that Houston would do that.
I know. I'm like,
Devin
I love
Booker.
it from that side.
I
for
love
Zach.
Tari Eason, one of the best offensive rebounders in the league. Crazy physical as well. He'd be a really good fit, but yeah, you'd probably have to. He said a second round pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why Houston would want, besides the fact they just need a point guard, but to me, at that point, Devin Carter's probably just a body, in their opinion.
I don't even think the Kings see him as a point guard anymore. And in the last game, watching, he was on the floor with Nick Clifford. Nick Clifford was running point.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
And Keon even carries the ball more than Devin does. And I would imagine if Houston is going to make a call for that exact reason, I would probably ask about Keon before I ask about.
That's what I was going to say. They'd probably ask for Keon before.
Right.
Logical.
I like Tari Eason, though.
Yeah,
I do too.
Logical Raptors fanatic says you got to get some prospects for DeMar and Levine. The cupboards are dry. It's going to be tough.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a sticky, like I said, it's a really weird place that they're in right now because no answer is the easy answer. And I think having all these opinions, you can make an argument for each one just because of the weird situation they find themselves in the middle.
Yeah,
by the way, we have TC and somebody else, and I don't want to get too far into it.
Sure.
And they're accusing each other of stealing trade ideas. So we don't need to do that. It's okay.
No, it's okay.
We're all just like-minded, so we're going to come up with the same
There's
thing.
only so many things you can throw into a trade as well.
Patent our trade ideas, right?
Yeah. Moving Zach and DeMar to the bench together would definitely that would definitely be a stamp that Doug Christie would be putting on this team for sure. I think that's just. While it's I just don't know how realistic it is. I think maybe one of them. I think DeMar probably makes more sense for the financial reason of it, and he's a little bit older in his career as well, and so maybe it's a little bit easier of a sell. But realistically, I think it's tough to tell DeMar that unless there is a clear and obvious person behind him that enters the starting lineup. I don't think DeMar DeRozan's going to take that news well for Keon Ellis or something like that. I think, again, that's maybe where, let's just say if Jonathan Kuminga's on this team, makes a lot more sense to go to DeMar DeRozan and say, hey, Kuminga's our future, even though he's not a better player than you today. It's just in our best interest to give that guy more minutes. I think right now you go to DeMar and who's the guy that you're saying, hey, we need to give Keon Ellis more of a showcase. I just don't know who that is that you're approaching and telling DeMar we're doing it for this reason.
As TC said, you're going to get, or was it TC? A lot of people are saying you're going to get pennies on the dollar for some of these guys, which gets back to the idea that terrifies me that Frankie wrote about at SactownSports.com, that the Kings might, in order to get somebody to take one of the contracts they will try to move, they might have to include Keon Ellis as a sweetener. Like, if you take this contract and this guy, we will give you Keon Ellis for your trouble. I hope it doesn't come to that. I understand.
I know fans would not be happy with that.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I don't like it unless it's something that just gets you a definite first-round pick or something like that. Like, to me, Keon, if you're getting rid of him, you just have to be getting something tangible of value back. Like, you see Chicago traded, that's the one that everyone's going to, and as the trade deadline gets closer and closer, everyone is going to say Alex Caruso for Josh Giddey. That is the perfect formula where everybody wins and you have the foresight and the other team gets a ready now two-minded player that can help them win. To me, that is the bare minimum of what the Kings should. Well, I shouldn't say Josh Giddey level player, but I think like that kind of thought process of trading Keon and essentially pushing back your timeline in some capacity, that has to be the way that you utilize that if you are going to trade him. Like I don't think, to me, it doesn't make sense to throw him in to go get Ja. You're not going to throwing in Keon and DeRozan for Ja. To me, that just isn't the best.
I'll say this about Josh Giddey, in all fairness, because I think, when you say something that you get right and you're going to mention it, you also have to mention the times when you're not right. I was against the idea of bringing Giddey here, and I don't know if the Kings ever had a shot, but Jay and Kyle Draper were both at that time before the trade. Yeah, go get Josh Giddey. And I just remembered he had a terrible series, playoff series with Oklahoma City, which was why they wanted to trade him.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want that guy, but that's worked out well for obviously both teams, but the Bulls are very happy with it.
Their Bulls are, they've come out on fire. One more note on the Keon Ellis thing in terms of the sweetener in sort of a trade. That's hard to swallow, too, because, I know he's a fan favorite, but besides that, I'm just saying for the future of this team, isn't he more of a fit what they're trying to do. He seems to be more of a fit. So you're almost getting rid of something that you're trying to maybe utilize here to build what your team is for the future.
Yeah, that's why I've been assuming that, they want him here, but I just hope that's the case. Whenever Coach Christie talks about it, it's like, he knows how I feel about it.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
It's genuine.
But he's on the bench till the fourth quarter.
Yeah, no, and Doug said it. That's exactly what I was going to bring up. Is Doug after the last game said Keon knows how I feel about him, and proceeded to praise him and mention that he does everything that they want to be done. And so that's the only counter that I can throw is that all of this is, for lack of a better term, like 3D chess.
I know.
And Doug, the actual reality is that the Kings are so comfortable with Keon Ellis that they aren't afraid to not play him, because whether it's a spoken about thing or if they just believe that it's something that doesn't need to be spoken on, they just all have an understanding that it's fine, and none of this is indicative of how we feel about Keon or Keon's future. It's just the reality of the situation, and we're actually so comfortable with him that we don't feel bad about not playing him, because he's the one that we know is gonna be
Which
here.
is so unfair for Keon.
Like ultimate devil's advocate, like tinfoil hat. But again, that's just going off of Doug multiple times now, but most recently after the most recent game, saying, I love Keon. Keon knows what it is. Keon is our kind of player.
Sometimes
and how many times
in
have we
this
directly
league
said this guy is
figure
Keon?
themselves out?
Exactly.
And that's where, and he keeps using logjam too. And that's when I start to think like it isn't 100% his like ideas of maybe not playing Keon.
Right.
That's where I think maybe there is some influence from others, because you are kind of only repeating the same things. Because what else are you going to say at that point?
Yeah, you can't say, there's stuff I can't tell you guys. I hope you understand that. Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Kyle Draper joining us at 4:30. When we come back, yes, we'll get to what Richard Sherman had to say about the 49ers quarterback situation on Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, one more quick Kings note before we get to the NFL. Lots of Kings talk to come today. Sean Cunningham on social media posted a little conversation with Malik Monk. Malik Monk says that he feels for Kings fans after the poor effort the Kings have put forth the last couple nights. He says they, quote, the fans should definitely feel a type of way, especially when we don't go out there and compete. Just an example of another reason why fans love Malik.
Dude, he's honest.
Tell you what's going on.
I love that kind of a player. There's not a ton of them, but he's definitely one of them.
Yeah, I mean he's also been here around since the Beam Team days, which is crazy to say. He's like one of the longest tenured Kings at this point, which is absolutely insane. But I mean, the defensive effort is just something that has to be picked up, and there's no way. Obviously we've talked a lot about how Doug is maybe asking too much of them, but the message and the point is still one that is true, and it's something Mike Brown also tried to preach to this team is that you're not going to get anywhere in the long run until you play defense. So, I can try and nag you guys to be a top 5 defense, but the reality is until you're even competent, we can't seriously talk about you guys being competitors in this league at this point. So, at some point it's going to have to seep through.
I'm stunned that the Kings do not have statistically the worst defense in the NBA.
I am too.
Me too.
I think they're 27th in defensive rating.
Yes.
I mean, it's down there, but
the game against Utah, I guess, was 107.
Yeah, they got saved
whatever.
by a couple.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the last couple nights has been.
That's probably what's tanked him the most is the last 2 nights or the last 2 games.
And they haven't really defended any part of the floor.
No, I mean
getting destroyed inside and outside.
I mean, the Timberwolves shot 60-something% field goal. It was ridiculous. It was in the paint, I should say. Was ridiculous.
Points in the paint.
It's been insane.
Points in the plate was
64. Yeah.
It's crazy. And you can go back to the OKC game again, just Isaiah Hartenstein walking through the middle of the paint untouched. It's a real problem. And specifically you can argue definitely as well that Minnesota was playing with their food because Anthony Edwards didn't even score until the second quarter. He took a ton of threes. I think he only took 5 2-point attempts or something like that in that game. And so, the Kings they just have no resistance
correct.
at the ring. Is that right? Yeah. I was looking at the
because he was 7 for 16, but he
was
was 5 for 11 on threes.
And that's just anytime Anthony Edwards is taking 11 threes and only or that's not even driving. That's just 2-point attempts 5 times a game. That's a win.
Yeah.
And so the Kings have probably actually been spared in terms of that respect for how bad it could have been.
Great point.
And Denver is just, again, a team that's scary, for many ways. They can give it to you from the perimeter. They have Aaron Gordon who can slash at the rim. Jokic obviously is a problem at the rim. However you like it. Tim Hardaway Jr. on the perimeter. Jamal Murray on the perimeter. It's a problem. I haven't gotten the
Okay, we don't
injury
have that
report
yet.
Yeah.
I know we were going to try to update fans.
We'll get back to that, but I'm dying to know what you think of this. Richard Sherman on his podcast talking about what's going on with the 49ers. Quote, I just don't see how Kyle will be able to take Mac Jones off the field with how he's playing. I know Brock Purdy has to start if he's healthy, but this is a hot hand situation right now, and Mac is rolling. Not trying to spark controversy, but this is an obvious observation. Either way, Mac has made himself a lot of money and will be starting somewhere next season. Anything to that?
I'm on Richard Sherman's side. I'm not going to be the fan favorite. I know everyone's going to be completely opposite of me on this, who's Niners fans, but I did not like Mac Jones when he got drafted. I did not like him in New England. I did not think he would have a career long-lasting in the NFL. He has proven me wrong this year with what he's been able to do. And I know the Niners have not been great as of lately in terms of consistency. That's on the defense mainly, guys, because they've lost pretty much every major player. Mac Jones has helped keep them afloat.
Oh, absolutely.
And statistically, he has looked pretty good. And he's dealing with his own injuries. And I think, like, at this point, if you're not 120% sure that Brock Purdy is ready to go, that the turf toe's not going to be issued at that time or
Didn't Joe Burrow hurt his about the same time? Had surgery?
Yes.
And he may be back sooner?
I mean, it's crazy to think about this, but why not just ride with Mac Jones if you don't even know what the future is for this season? Because he is the hot hand and he has everybody's respect. And just know then that Brock needs the whole time to recover. Just make sure he's ready for next season. Because what are you going to lose? You're going to increase Mac Jones' trade value as well if you want to get something out of him.
Yeah, I think because Mac Jones is signed for next year as well, if I'm not mistaken, and so the question of like whether he'll start next season for a team is maybe a different conversation. I'm not willing to go there yet, but I kind of feel like he's right in terms of this year. I think there kind of isn't a point, and I think the fact that the Niners didn't make any big moves at the trade deadline kind of tells me that they're not really feeling like there's a sense of urgency that we have to get it done this season or else, the window is completely closed. I think, the season's already been so strange. You already aren't going to have Warner. You're not going to have Bosa even in the playoffs. And so it's like, what is the risk reward? What's the reward of really throwing Brock out there for what at this point it's going to be 7 weeks or something like that. If the team isn't really in a I won't say in a competing spot because they still are obviously for the playoffs, but in terms of true contention, I just kind of feel like in my eyes when they didn't attack that trade deadline more aggressively, I kind of took that as well. That might be a little bit not of a white flag, but just we're not going to really, really aggressively pursue a championship this season. If it happens, of course, great, but we're not going to go out of our way to try and force this situation.
What stings about them not doing anything, and I know everyone in any way affiliated with the 49ers is saying they were smart not to do anything, but Jalen Phillips made his Eagles debut last night. They got him for a third-round pick. 10-7 win over the Packers. He led all Eagles edge players with 52 snaps, 7 pressures, 6 tackles, 2 quarterback hits, and a fumble recovery. And his stuff on 4th and 1 with 1:30 remaining led to a Josh Jacobs fumble. He played really well. And I know that the Eagles are closer.
That's what I would say.
I
would say that the Niners did that part, right? They already did that when they traded for Randy Gregory and they traded for Chase Young. Like that was their time to do that.
It's hard to see that though when especially on a stinker we saw, but it was a defensive game. So you see that highlighted and you're like, okay, dang, like the Niners could use this because their pass rush is kind of non-existent right now and their defense needs all the help it can get because it isn't easy than when you are an offense and you have that much more pressure on you. Like there's only so much you can do as an offense when your defense is not being able to help.
They need the offense to carry the defense right now. They need the offense to stay on the field so the defense isn't overexposed. It was a tough watch for me last night because I don't like the Packers, but I had to root for the Packers. And I did not feel good about that.
Yeah.
And
it's
then
not a fun feeling.
Jordan Love is just, as we said earlier, is he a robot?
Non-emotional.
Yeah.
I mean, he's stoic.
He's got that blank look no matter what's going on.
Yeah, and I can understand how when it's good, you're like, oh, yeah, this guy, unflappable. But then when it's going bad, it's like... hello? Like, are the lights on there? And, some of his throws are just, like, can be incredibly erratic. He has a big arm, but doesn't really seem like sometimes he knows how to reel it in. It's a really strange situation in Green Bay because it does feel like, especially this season, like, the conference is for the taking, and it feels like Green Bay has kind of been knocking on the doorstep these past few years. Had that great game a few years ago with the Niners where it really felt like, okay, is this going to be an awakening for the Packers? And
they knock on the door and then they fall
that's
backwards.
They ding-dong ditch. They say hello, and then you open the door and they're already 2 doors down. And so, I mean, from a Packer hater perspective, I love it. I think that it really does show a lot of the warts, a lot of the real inconsistencies, but at the same time, it feels like it's there.
I'll chime in on that because Matt LaFleur was at Tennessee. He was the offensive coordinator for 1 year before getting the head coaching job at Green Bay. He is a brilliant offensive mind, and he is somebody who I feel like has been a decent head coach. I mean, I feel like if he was going to get fired, I think teams like the Titans would hire him. He's very, and that's the thing. He's also an ego guy, though.
Yeah.
He's like a Shanahan,
McVay.
Sean
I believe he's
McVay.
from the tree.
He's from
Yep.
the tree. They all have that same kind of, we're not going to budge or change things. And I
Pompous.
think right now, pompous.
say.
Absolutely.
Team arrogance.
So what's going on
man,
right
that
now?
is beautiful.
They're having issues with being predictable, even on 4th and 1. You know, when the whole thing happened with Jacobs
Jacob
like
said
fumbling.
the other team called out the
Yeah,
play.
that's
They
what
knew
I'm saying. So
He said
sometimes
that's not a
ego
good
gets
feeling.
in your
Not.
way. Yeah, and sometimes you got to just change things up a little. You're right, though. If he keeps doing this and doesn't, find a way to make this offense be more consistent, because that's mostly the problem, then he could be on the outside looking in, because this is how the NFL is.
Tough division too. Like you'll find yourself on the bottom of the NFC North if you lose 2-3 more games.
Exactly.
And if the Eagles they were never really in great danger of losing that game, but if they had lost, people would be talking about the fact that 33 seconds left,
Sirianni,
4th
yikes.
and 6 at the Green Bay 35,
My goodness.
and the Eagles throw deep and stopping the clock. And
It's a very
Sirianni
strange
said,
game.
don't regret that at all. Wanted to be able to end the game.
Of course, he's not going to regret it at that point, because he,
Right.
He just
it
wanted
worked
to
out
he was
for
like,
him.
oh, well, he almost made it so that we had to watch more of that game. I
Yeah.
mean, if they would have had to go into overtime because of that,
Some people were critical
It
of
would've-
LaFleur
yeah.
and the 64-yard field goal
Well, that was the
attempt.
thing.
Correct.
It was like it was a matchup of two coaches really trying to best each other. Of like,
Out-scheme.
I don't want to win. No,
Yeah.
I don't want to win. No, we don't
Yeah.
want to win. It was. I mean, thankfully we didn't have to watch. Like a lot of America didn't have to watch it because YouTube TV is doing us the favor of not showing it to us. But
True.
it was. I mean, yeah,
Bizarre.
it was.
Yeah.
It was a very, very bizarre game, and it shouldn't have been close. I mean, it could have been 10-0, but it felt like the only reason it was even remotely entertaining was because the Eagles pretty much allowed it to be entertaining. It should have been
Yeah.
10-0, really.
Yeah.
By the way, did you hear this? I'm sure they brought it up last night or in one of the broadcasts where Jordan Love's played, but both Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers won Super Bowls in Green Bay at 27.
I heard, yes.
Love
and then
is the
MVPs
bright
and-
age of 27.
Yeah, they've been trying to push that
You
all
know?
year,
I
and it
mean-
drives me crazy.
I mean, there
Can't
you go.
stand it.
It's maybe he's feeling the
Numbers.
pressure, Chris.
Yeah, he's
he's
feeling
feeling the
something.
pressure.
Yeah.
Not 6'7", 2'7", 2'7".
It is just, it is, yeah, like it could be some of it for sure is that because they've definitely been pushing it all year long. And, I think that a lot of people felt like, again, this is the Packers' year to kind of put themselves firmly in front of the Lions with Ben Johnson leaving as well. And they have left the door wide open. Like, is it, like, I ask this all the time, like, are the Rams the favorite in the NFC right now? I don't
starting to
know
think that.
who's the team that I trust the most. I guess you could even throw it into the entire league, but it just it feels like it's right for the taking and nobody is grabbing it.
As far as the Mac Jones, Brock Purdy situation goes, to me, if Brock Purdy is healthy, the added mobility he gives him an edge. But
Good
how
point.
can you assume a guy who's
Turf toe.
having trouble walking is going to be anywhere close to
I'm with you.
fully healthy?
And he's going to be shaky no matter what getting out there for the first time in a while.
right.
You got to take that into account.
And I read today, I didn't realize this, Mac Jones actually gets the ball out quicker than Brock. And
really?
that's hugely important in Shanahan's offense.
Very
Yeah.
true.
Get it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wonder
Yeah.
how much maybe Brock, feeling a little comfortable, new contract. Like, hey, before I would just listen to coach, wherever coach says I throw, and that's how I made my money. That's the world that Mac Jones is living in now.
Yep.
Maybe Brock steps in and says, we need a little bit more. I got to, make a play where there's not there. And maybe, Brock kind of loses a little bit of what made him him.
When we come back, is the rebuild officially underway? Next, Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Amateur players will be pleased to know that the USGA doesn't object to a friendly bet with your weekend foursome.
Friendly bets include soft drinks after the round, hot dogs at the turn, or even a $2 Nassau, one of the most widely used bets in golf. It takes its name from the Nassau County Country Club of Glen Cove, Long Island, one of the many clubs frequented by the well-to-do in the late 19th century. As the story goes, matches between these clubs were often reported in the local newspapers, sometimes to the embarrassment of wealthy industrialists coming out the loser. The Nassau captain J.B. Coles Tappan then devised a format where the worst possible result could not be reported as anything more than a 3-0 defeat. In a Nassau, 3 equal wagers are placed on the first 9, the second 9, and 18-hole total. A $2 Nassau is sometimes referred to as a 2-2-2 bet. Some play better with a bet to keep their attention, others are nervous at the thought of losing. Whatever your choice, golf is a game, have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Around here, Maverick is more than a name. It's who we are. My dad climbed power poles for a living, and he taught me to keep homes running when it gets cold. This November, donate 5 canned foods to our holiday food drive and choose a furnace tune-up or an electrical safety check. We'll collect your cans at the appointment and keep your heat comfy and your lights steady. So the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com. Limited November appointments. Some restrictions may apply.
Eric Church is back and bringing his unforgettable live show to Sacramento. Eric Church Free the Machine Tour with special guest Charles Wesley Godwin. Golden One Center, November 13th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. His new album, Evangeline vs. the Machine, is out now. One epic night of music that you won't want to miss. Eric Church, Free the Machine Tour. Live at Golden One Center, November 13th. Get tickets now. For more, visit ericchurch.com. Produced by Messina Touring Group.
Sacramento, the wait is over. The all-new Hard Rock Sports Bar is here at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. Enjoy the ultimate 24/7 sports watching destination with 20 big screens for all the games. Premium game day bites and beverages for the premier game day experience. Now open at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. For more details, visit casino.hardrock.com/Sacramento.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys.
Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Kings and Nuggets tonight. And I know this is still confusing for a lot of us when it comes to, okay, well, what's the game on? Is it on Peacock? Is it on ESPN? Is it on Amazon? Is it on NBC? I'll tell you, that's why Sactown Sports is so great. The game's always on Sactown Sports.
True.
Always. Yeah.
Where do
every
I
single
listen?
time.
You listen to it right here.
Sactown Sports.
Easy.
Sactown Sports app as well.
Right.
Get the
Oh,
G-Man
that's right.
every single time.
Can't you see it now on our app? You can see us on the app now?
I believe you can, the 6 to 6 programming.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a G-Man cam. Look, if you're
Mhm.
listening right now at 4 o'clock to the Drive Guys, I'm trying to implement a G-Man cam so we can get
that'd be
G-Man at least for
cool.
like, the big plays or something like that.
That'd be
We
cool.
can get G-Man's reaction. But not yet. But yeah, you're
It's
onto
coming.
something there,
I
Kayla.
know. I'm like, y'all are doing some good work, though, just to even get the shows on the app.
Kayla Anderson and Chris Watkins, Jay Johnson, and me, Whitey Gleason. Hello. Real quick, by the way, my good friend Mark Kreidler wrote a piece for Gary Gerald that appeared in, I want to check the magazine because it's one of the local magazines. I want to make sure I get it right, but we'll get to that information. But Mark Kreidler's a great writer, and I haven't read the piece yet, but I know I was talking to Gary Gerald about that last game, and he was very flattered by the whole thing. So you might want to check that out.
Oh, that's cool.
Please,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. As far as the game tonight, it is on NBC.
Mm-hmm.
The first game tonight will be on Peacock. But yeah, you can always count on Sactown Sports.
That's right.
Kings and the Denver Nuggets, we're still awaiting the official injury report.
Nothing yet.
Yeah.
Nothing yet.
And maybe this is the first game for the Kings since they officially started the rebuild, because that's what Carmichael Davis
Right.
says.
I was like serious for a second about it. I was like, oh, yeah, uh-huh.
This is also a problem. Like, if we're all listening to Dave these days,
I know.
we really have something else that we need to be, trying to address. And I think that's the really scary thing.
I wanted to show you last night. We were at the Hard Rock Sportsbook, the grand opening, and they had here. Pardon me. See this, Chris? This is possibly attending on the guests. Carmichael Davis is listed.
Davis. Wow. He deserves
I mean,
they're just trying to ship him
Can't
off
get your
further
name
and further.
right,
They're
huh?
just gonna, whatever.
Yeah.
Get him from Carmichael to
Right.
Davis.
So thanks to Hard Rock for having us out there. VIP grand opening last night, and then open today. But the Kings, maybe this is the opening of the rebuild.
Yes.
So says Dave and Carmichael Davis.
There you go, Carmichael Davis, and a new star for Dave, a new star for the Kings potentially. It's a newness all over the place. It feels like, I don't know if tonight will be the start of it, and I guess what would it even look like if it were? I guess a lot more Nick Clifford, right? Would it be, Devin Carter's not playing tonight. Would it be more Keon Ellis? I don't even know necessarily what would signify the flag being changed to now a Kings, or is it more like a papal smoke that you change to signify that you are now rebuilding?
What color of purple, right?
Yes,
like,
exactly.
is it like a
Can we change the
lavender or a
beam
dark-
color or
yeah.
something like that
Exactly.
to maybe signify more of a rebuild?
Did you see that the it's not City Connect in basketball, it's City Edition
City
uniforms?
Edition, yeah.
I actually like it.
There's a shade of purple that they've never worn before.
I think I had heard that,
Yeah.
yes, that they
Yeah.
potentially created even a new purple.
It's supposed to look more like the beam purple.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
they're debuting those jerseys tonight, if I'm not mistaken. So
Oh, really?
I could be wrong. I'll have to double check here in a
Mañana.
second here. It is
Tomorrow?
tomorrow? Okay,
thank
so
you, Jay.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you, Jay. So that'll be for the Hawks game. I'm intrigued to see it because a lot of people like those. I think they were gray jerseys or the silver jerseys that they debuted a couple of years ago. I think it's pretty much the same exact jersey, but like you said, with new shades of purple that have
Yeah.
yet to be revealed.
Yeah.
So a lot of people very high on them. We'll see. I feel like the Kings anecdotally don't have a good history of wearing like these alternate jerseys and doing well in them.
It's crazy being down here, and maybe it's because I shouldn't like purple because it's my college rival colors, the Huskies,
Yeah.
but I just have always liked purple. And so I love like most of the jerseys that the Kings have. The throwbacks, though, I haven't seen a ton of them. I know the original, the red, the blue. That I love it. That's like a beauty.
yeah?
Royals.
That is a beauty to me. Real quick about the starting lineup tonight, because I feel like we've sometimes tried to figure out what it will be. I did hear like they have 8 different starting lineups.
They've had a lot of them.
Which is wild to think about, that today it
Some of
could
that's
be
because of
something
injury,
different.
but yeah,
Sure. But today we could see the 9th different because we probably will.
Yeah, that's a great point, Chris, because I hadn't thought of that. Now, we know that today Dave said the rebuild's officially underway. Did Dave get word from somebody who would know? Is that why he on his show today reported that, although he says he wasn't reporting anything? And, obviously Dave has to couch this if he is getting information. But I do think that Dave would not go forth with something like that if it was just his
Sure.
opinion. But we'll see.
Yes.
So what does that mean if it officially starts tonight? Hadn't really thought of that, Chris. Does that mean that we're going to see from the tip that, there's a different approach already?
Right, yeah. I mean, to Kayla's point, like, will somebody new enter the starting lineup even, Like, could we go from seeing Keon Ellis not playing to Keon in the starting lineup? Crazier things have happened, I would definitely say.
That would stun me.
It would stun me, but, it really, honestly, it really wouldn't surprise me. I think that it would, just because I think we've seen examples of that before. And Mike, again, like, we can't forget Doug Christie, who doesn't have a ton of coaching experience. Obviously he's going to rely on, I think, some of the coaches that coached him, but still will lean on a little bit of the things that Mike Brown instilled. Mike Brown used to talk about a ton, and I don't know if I can't confirm that this is what's happening, but kind of playing guys so that they stay engaged, which is what I think is happening with, Devin Carter. I kind of wonder if there's a little bit of inverse with that with Keon, where it's like, I need you to stay ready, and this could be an opportunity where, hey, like, you haven't played at really much at all these past 2 nights. We're going to now give you the opportunity to kind of start and really stretch your legs and show us what we got, because maybe if Dave is right, today is the start of kind of a new transition point. It's tough to feel like after the last game, like something has to give. Like, you can't go losing back-to-back games by 30 and then roll out the same starting
especially
lineups.
at home, guys. And then tonight, they're on a national platform, which they don't get many opportunities as an organization to be on a national platform, let alone NBC the first time since 2002.
I think,
yeah. So I think, that the upper part of the organization is saying, look, we got to compete tonight. Like, no matter what happens, whatever the lineup may be or whatever goes on, we're going to put whatever best effort we have out.
Which would mean this would be a terrible night to start your
That's
rebuild.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's kind of now I'm
with
talking
ya.
myself out of the, let's start trying to do it tonight. At least save it for a game, or save it for the road trip.
I do have an update as to the Nuggets starting lineup as well.
Okay.
David Adelman said this he said this yesterday.
Okay.
He said ahead of their practice, they went full at practice, talking about Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray. We didn't go hard going into the back-to-back. We got some detail stuff done, but they were going through it. Quote, I would expect them to play Tuesday, but I think we'll do what we did the other night and go through the whole routine of it. The Nuggets are on the first night of a back-to-back. They play tomorrow as well. So there's a lot of people saying or speculating that they will play tonight, will not play tomorrow.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, we'll await the official word on that.
Word.
But
Yeah.
They play in L.A., the Clippers tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be surprised if we see a big difference in the minutes for the veterans.
Yeah.
Even if it's true that the Kings right now are looking at moving them, which we can assume has been on the radar all along. I don't think you want to do that. You actually, if anything, they become less valuable, or do you not want to? You don't want them to get injured so that you can trade them. I don't know. I don't see anything drastic happening tonight.
Yeah,
as
I
far
don't
as the
either.
lineups and rotations.
And I don't think really the rest of the homestand that they had, the games that they have left. They have 2 left after this one at home.
It is tonight and tomorrow, I believe. I don't know if
so
Friday is a
home one. So at least just 2 more, which, again, I don't think you mess completely with what you're doing yet. And then maybe you wait to see what happens if you win these 2 games or win one of them. Like, I don't know, you guys, what's the perfect time to pull the strings? I mean, it's really hard. And Doug Christie is also in a really tough position because no matter what he does, it's not going to be perfect. Yeah. Like, no matter if he starts giving minutes to the young guys or if he keeps the vets out there, he's going to get blame. Like, it's whether you want to give him blame or not, I don't think we should be giving Doug Christie all this blame because he's been put in a weird position.
Yeah.
But he's the coach, and, you have to work yourself out of things sometimes. But there's not an easy string to pull right now.
I wonder if tomorrow would be the best day to start the rebuild. You
think?
have a natural second day of a back-to-back. You have a lot of very veteran guys.
Like, excuse
You're
to sit.
potentially losing, if they lose tonight, they would lose 4 of their last 5 games going into that last home game of a long homestand. And then you go on a long road trip as well. Like, it would make sense. Like, again, even just justification, I could definitely see Doug.
This is the night to put your best foot forward if you're on national TV.
It's it's probably the right night to do it. Yeah, go ahead, play DeRozan 40 minutes, play Russ
Westbrook,
35 minutes, play them all a ton, and then tomorrow say, look, those guys went all out on national TV last night. They have a 7 o'clock game, so they have less recovery than they normally have, an hour less of recovery. We have a ton of young guys that we want to give opportunities to. Maybe tomorrow is really the official start of everything.
Here's the upcoming schedule. Yeah, home to Denver tonight, home to the Hawks Wednesday. Then you're on the road Friday at Minnesota, Sunday at San Antonio, Wednesday at Oklahoma City, Thursday the 20th at Memphis, Saturday the 22nd at Denver.
Wow.
Oh, my.
Then back home on the 24th to play in Minnesota.
Wow, haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, how many times at that point will they have seen him?
Like 3 times in 10 games, which is just absolutely insane.
And if
then,
the first game set the tone,
I guess then in theory the schedule gets easier, right? It'd be tough for it to get harder after that. I know we've kind of when we first saw the schedule when the season when it dropped, you know, the first 20 games were really the ones that stuck out, and then after that it kind of becomes it's the NBA. You're going to face tough team every 2 or 3 games, but it at least feels like you can come up for air a little bit after that. But
yeah, you're
you
right.
know, at that point, it's just the season might already kind of be sealed.
Wednesday the 26th, home to Phoenix.
Okay.
Friday at Utah, Sunday versus Memphis. Then you do have at Houston, at Miami, but then at Indiana, at Portland versus Portland.
So. Is Keegan going to be, so you just read that timeline of when they get back home.
Right.
When is Keegan's timeline? Because there's about 20 games, around 20, right? That
it
he was going to reevaluate after how many?
I believe the initial diagnosis was 4 to 6 weeks, which would have put him at like, I think I had initially had it at like 12
And then he's going to be reevaluated.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I believe last time I checked, he still has the splint on his finger, so I don't know anything about the recovery process of that, but I would say that he's definitely not, you know, right around the corner from returning. He's definitely close and closer, but
making assumptions here, but if they are in a rebuild mode, it's more likely they would be take your time. Big
Exactly.
fella.
Right, exactly.
Like, we don't want to chance that, like, retweaking anything.
Like, I know Dave today was comparing what the Kings may try to do to what Detroit did a few years ago. And I remember Cade Cunningham had something with his shin.
Yes.
And they just shut him
season.
down.
Yeah, he missed the entire season.
Yep.
Yeah, and I could see a similar thing with Keegan. You know, I think there's pros and cons to both. Obviously, the obvious pro being that you strengthen your draft position, but I think I would like to see. I don't know how much Keegan would impact winning, which might also just be an interesting thing to try and get an answer on. I feel like that guy still needs so much more development that I would actually really like to see him on a bad team, because I feel like Keegan's kind of a weird situation where I think he just needs to be thrown into the deep end a little bit, and I do think being on a uncontending team might actually be good for Keegan in a weird way.
It's possible if they are going to rebuild, he may be one of the centerpieces.
Oh, yeah, right now. No doubt
you
about
will
it.
need your centerpiece, like your guy,
you're true.
and he has some potential there still untapped. I know a lot of fans disagree with that, but he right now, that's what I was assuming. Keon also is one of your potentially foundational pieces going forward, but that's an assumption. I don't know. I don't know if they view him that way.
No, I have no idea. I mean, I think the problem is that there's just not many of those guys, right? Like, it's not like the Kings have an abundance of young talent that we need to figure out. Like, it really is Keegan, Neat Clifford. If you want to say Devin Carter in there, Max, who's a second-round pick, that feels like Kings fans are more excited about than maybe the league is more excited for. Like, if you're just saying general interest around the league, like, I don't know if any of the Kings' young assets have value, with the exception of Keegan and Neat Clifford, because he's just new. I mean, right now, I think the Kings are kind of at a spot where all of their young guys, they would have to internally develop in order to get really any sort of value, period, from them. Right?
And that's why I think Doug Christie, if he had a team full of young guys right now, I think it would be really interesting and fun to watch. And he could instill from the jump and set the tone from the jump with all of the guys, knowing exactly what he wants. But that's opposite of what it is right now. Right. I mean, the vets outweigh the youth on this team, but yet you've got a coach that wants to instill, like, his
young man's
process.
Message, for sure.
Yeah. So it kind of contradicts.
Trying to lay down that floor, and there's guys
right.
standing on the floor.
I know.
Get off my floor so I can lay it down.
Muddy Prince you're leaving, you know?
Yeah, it is kind of interesting too. I was thinking about how, defense. I think it was with Zach's comments about, again, just kind of knowing your personnel and what to ask of them. It is interesting that this team, again, is full of veteran guys who are over 30, and yet they're asking them to be I won't say an elite defense, but kind of really focus in on the defensive end, where just in general, that feels like has a lot to do with quickness, speed, agility, length, and just general youth. Like I think defense is definitely a young man's game, and the Kings, to that point, like don't play young guys a ton, and so it's just a little bit strange that you are really, really, and obviously, DeMar especially, but it's weird that you're asking these guys who are just longer in the tooth that probably just straight up can't play as much as hard as they try, they just can't play defense, to keep harping on it. I just think is at some point you're yelling at a wall.
Do you think Doug's ever going to let up this season on that message if he has to keep playing?
I don't think,
and that's going to be hard.
I think it's who Doug is.
He'll be in his 80s somewhere, done with basketball. He'll still be preaching defense.
100%.
But I'll say this about Coach Christie. I heard somebody on the stage today, someone called in, and we appreciate anybody listening and calling in. That's what we're here for. We say a lot of things. You probably don't always agree with what callers say, but this gentleman called today at some point, and he was saying, boy, I really think they need to get rid of the coach.
Wow.
And I just feel like, people are frustrated.
I get it.
To me, that's that doesn't make a lick of sense right now. That's the furthest thing from what's actually going on. When Coach Christie, and I'll just say this also, he worked here for a long time. Jay knows him really well. I've met him a few times. I don't even know if he knows who I am. So I'm not like sticking up for him because he used to work here. You probably know him. I never really knew him that well. I've met him, so I'm not like sticking up for my guy. But it's just totally unfair right now to say he's any part of the problem. He's not perfect, and he's made some decisions here or there perhaps that you can quibble with, but they really haven't made any difference. He's learning about how to coach an NBA team still. I know this isn't his rookie year. He's dealing with, all right, I got this roster. I can't, what I want to do, I can't do it with that. Okay, just do it as best I can for now. Okay. And then the young players, it's a really difficult position that he's in, and it's got to be very difficult when he talks after the games about things that this is what I want to do. And you can't say, I can't do them yet. So my point is, I think he's done a really good job. I think last year he did a phenomenal job. And right now, to criticize him for what's going on, I think is way off the mark.
Yeah, I think for a second it's going to sound like I'm disagreeing with you, but I think if Mike Brown would have still been the Kings coach, he would have been fired at this point in the season this year. And I think that's more to say, it doesn't matter who was coaching this current unit. We probably were going to get some variation of these results, no matter what, because of the players that you're throwing out there and how little of sense they all make together. So it's not Doug's fault. The caller can still be right in the long run and say, hey, Doug isn't the right answer for this group if they want to find playoff success. Sure, that can still be true. But to say right here today, if we're fixing the Kings' problems, the first thing that needs to go is Doug Christie. It's just not right. Like there's so many other things that you can get in order, like kind of what you're hinting at with the flooring, like laying down a foundation. Any coach can lay that down, and I think that's kind of what this team needs more than anything right now is anybody to lay down the foundation, and anybody would be struggling right now to lay said foundation. It doesn't matter if it's Tom Thibodeau there, who has all the years of experience, or if it's Doug Christie. I think right now would be just a brutal stretch for any coach that's in charge. So it's just missing what would have fixed the problem.
It's like having a whole, I don't know what your favorite chocolate is, right? But like,
Dark
know,
chocolate.
okay, so when you get the box, right, of chocolates, and you have to pick through all of them because they're not right, and then you finally find, it's like, we need a whole box of the stuff we like. And unfortunately, right now, Doug Christie, he loves all his players, but it's not exactly all the flavor that he needs there to do what he needs to do. And I think the first thing we do as fans is we directly go to, okay, who do we blame? And usually it is first and foremost the coach, you know? And I get that, but at the same time, like, this is still only several games into the season. He's a first-year head coach, and yes, he is going to have time to figure it out. But from what I've seen with Doug and his conviction and him being a former player and being able to get it, there'll be some things he learns along the way. I personally have liked what I have seen out of Doug Christie, and to be able to stay with the theme, because you can't just keep changing things all the time. Eventually, it's going to be in his favor, I think. But he has to stick with something because nothing else in terms of consistency is sticking.
I think anybody that looks at this team right now and says, wow, this could be a playoff team if it weren't for the coach. I don't.
Yeah.
You may be looking at it, but you're not seeing it.
No.
I do hope, he's got a difficult situation with his contract and what he's getting paid and where the team has an option. But I would hope that if he is able to continue to develop the younger players, that when the team has to make a decision that he's going to get the credit that he deserves for that. Players deserve most of the credit. But I think already we've seen, and I think he deserves some credit for how well some of the youngsters like Nee Clifford, he's going to be a good player no matter who's coaching him. I think Coach Christie and his staff deserve a lot of credit for what we've seen already from the young players.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wonder how much any of this is going to matter because, like you said, I mean, with his contract situation, I don't know how much writing is already on the wall.
Will you remind people real quick? Just
yes,
that are
he's on
tuning
a
in?
2-year deal, and this is reported maybe like a week or two ago. Sam Amick put it in an Athletic article that it's a 2-year deal with an opt-in for at least another season. It might be a 2 and 2.
But it's a team option,
yes,
right?
there's a team option, and in that option year, the salary increases dramatically. I don't know if there was a certain percentage or not, but for these first 2 seasons, before the option hits, he's making $2 million a year, which would be, I don't think there's an official list of what coaches make, but I believe Mike Brown just renegotiated his contract last offseason for the Kings, and those talks were, I believe, around the $10 million range.
Okay.
So that kind of puts him to perspective maybe where Doug fits into the hierarchy of everything. You would assume that's got to be, we'll just safely say, bottom 5 coach salaries in the NBA right now. So does that already kind of signify that the Kings, no matter what, are planning on moving forward without Doug? I don't know, because it kind of feels like, to me, he's going to take all of the blame. And if things go well, I just don't know how much the plan won't already be in motion. There won't be some, hey, it's great that Doug was able to get us to this point, but we kind of need to Steve Kerr to your Mark Jackson kind of conversation.
Obviously, he's got these 2 years to
absolutely
make an
do
impression.
something, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Kyle Draper certainly made an impression on this town.
I would say so.
Drapes is going to join us when we come right back to Sactown Sports.
The San Francisco 49ers play on Sactown Sports 1140.
Touchdown 49ers! Every game on your #1 sports station. Don't miss the action on your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
The year was 1948. The Sacramento Symphony was founded. Harry Truman was president, and Jerry Mathers from Leave It to Beaver was born. And Walter Keyes opened his first Naturewood home furnishing store 77 years ago on 25th and Broadway. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with Golf to Go. All those many years ago, the Keyes family promised integrity and quality in serving families just like yours and mine. Near as I can tell, Walter would have been pretty proud to know that those same values are evident today at Naturewood Home Furnishings. The Naturewood team takes great pride and significant effort to offer Northern California families a vast selection of home furnishings. Furnishings that not only last for generations, but also lead to everlasting memories of cherished times. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings now during their Veterans Day Save the Tax sale and get started making your own brand of memories. The Keyes family would love to hear them. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Around here, Maverick is more than a name. It's who we are. My dad climbed power poles for a living, and he taught me to keep homes running when it gets cold. This November, donate 5 canned foods to our holiday food drive and choose a furnace tune-up or an electrical safety check. We'll collect your cans at the appointment and keep your heat comfy and your lights steady. So the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com. Limited November appointments. Some restrictions may apply.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
We've got Kayla with us today. We've got Chris Watkins. We got, of course, Jay and Whitey, because, it takes a lot of people to fill the gaping crater that was left on this show when Kyle Draper stepped away.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't gas him up. It's looking like the Dan Patrick show over here. These
You know what I mean,
days.
right?
Like
Yeah.
15 people in the studio. My goodness.
I mean, when the LeBron James of the station says, I'm out.
Look, there's only so many Austin Reeves, only so many Lucas out here.
What's the record for the Lakers?
Exactly. Without LeBron, let me just say this, and I know everybody getting their jokes off and everything, and I applaud you guys.
You don't want no introduction?
Can I give a shout out? No need to introduce me, big fella. When you're LeBron James, you walk in and everybody know who you are. Let me say this. I wanted to give a shout out to Jay. And I know it's a numbers game today. You got Kayla, Chris Watkins, Whitey, now myself. Y'all treating Jay like he Keon Ellis out here, as the fourth man in numbers and everything. So let me just say, shout out to Jay for playing Taylor Swift as my intro music, man. I appreciate you, big fella.
Wait, Kev, you're a or I just called you Kev. You're a big you're a big Taylor Swift fan?
Yeah, I'm 1,000% Swiftie.
I didn't know
of
that.
Course, yes. I got a 13-year-old daughter. I gotta be. It's what I signed up for.
I love that.
So yeah, yes, 100%.
Do you have any response to that,
notice,
Jay?
Kayla, every time.
I already
Jay
sent the text to him already. Don't worry about it. It's for behind closed doors conversation.
He's got your back.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
So you just get to watch the game tonight, Drapes, with the game on NBC? What are your duties tonight?
Yeah, off night for me, man. Just call me Davion tonight, baby. I'm just leaving the golf course like I'm always doing. And I'm going to go home, freshen up, and then make my way to the arena. That late start, man, 8 o'clock. My gosh, that's going to be brutal. I'm kind of glad I'm not calling this one, because having to work till 10:30, I don't know if I'm up for that. So, I'll be down there, though. I'll be down there.
Are the Kings up for this tonight after the way the last 2 games have gone, Kyle Draper?
No, that's a great question. I don't know, man. I think we'll learn a lot. early on. I thought we'd have a bounce back game the other night against Minnesota. And, we came out, pretty inspired that first quarter. What it seems to me like right now is if you're an opposing team, your thought is Sacramento, they got some firepower, they got some names, but can they sustain it the full 48 minutes? It's almost like a prize fighter. We've made this analogy before. Just keep giving them jabs, and then eventually the knockout blow will come. So let's see if the Kings are up for a 10 round, a 12 round, a 15 round fight tonight. And honestly, everybody, the first quarter, yeah, it'll tell us something, but I want to see how we are in the third quarter, how we are in the fourth quarter. It's all about playing a full 48 or as close to it as possible. And so we haven't seen that in a while. And I cannot put my finger on why it went sideways so quickly. I understand we're playing some good teams right now, but even the first, 9 games of the season, 8 games of the season, we were in most of those games. Like, I don't know what happened these last 2 games. And so hopefully those 2 are in the aberration. It's one thing to lose, and Kings fans understand this. It's another thing to get blown out on your home floor. That's kind of unacceptable. So I want to see what the guys have tonight.
Drates, we always appreciate it when you take time to check in with us, but we're just wondering, do you have like the Kirkland internet plan or?
Oh my God.
Dog, were you at Funderland on the merry-go-round?
Is it that?
What's going on, man?
Is it, dude? I did pay the bill, but AT&T must not be doing too well up here in Northern California. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what? I'm gonna apologize to you guys. And I told this to Jay. I'm never in one place that long, but from here on out, I'm gonna be static. I'm gonna stay in the same spot. When it's time for me to come on, I'm gonna block out the 20 minutes instead of just squeezing you guys in. Wow. So I apologize for that.
Whatever. Thank you. Whatever works. Yeah.
Drapes, I'm curious. You've never been afraid to speak how you truly feel and not really let others kind of dictate your opinions on things. And so I'm fascinated to know your take on this Keon Ellis situation, where Kings fans, I mean, you would think that Keon is Michael Jordan, the way that some Kings fans are clamoring for him to get 35-plus minutes a night. And Keon definitely 100% needs to be getting minutes. But just I'm curious from your perspective, what role, or I guess maybe more specifically, like how many minutes do you want to see Keon realistically getting out there? Because I think it's just been the loudest thing that Kings fans have been talking about these past couple games.
See, Watkins, you trying to set me up here.
I'm not at all. I'm trying to set you up for a great answer is all I'm trying to set you up for.
You've always been the one to tell us how you really feel. You're trying to set me up here. But, no, I'm shocked. I'm shocked because I don't need Keon 25, 30 minutes. But damn, fourth quarter? Why we got to wait so long? Like, give him 5 minutes in the first half or something. So I'm shocked by that. And, one thing I was thinking about the other day regarding Keon Ellis, and I don't know if Doug, I haven't spoke to Doug. I want to wait till we get on the road to really find out what's going on. But when you look at the other guards ahead of Keon, one thing they do that Keon doesn't is create for others off the dribble. Malik may be Neek. And so Doug preaches defense all the time. And you would think Keon's one of our better defenders. So why isn't he playing? So the only thing I could think of is maybe they want more versatility on the offensive side of the ball. I have no idea. I'm wait till I get on the road, like I said. But that's the one thing I feel like where, Keon lacks among those other guys, And it's surprising to go from, 25 minutes a night to not playing at all the first 3 quarters of the last 2 games. Yeah, it's surprising to me.
Hey, Drapes, in talking about another player, I think that maybe has had a rough couple of games, Dennis Schroeder, and I know that he's an extension, essentially, of Doug Christie, right, the point guard position, but it's been rough in terms of his last couple of games, and I know that he told Sean Cunningham after the loss to the Timberwolves that he just, quote, did not feel comfortable right now. What exactly do you take from that?
Well, everybody knows I'm the president of the Dennis Schroeder
Yeah.
fan club. You
Mm-hmm.
know, that was my guy
Yep.
coming in. And what I'm seeing more so than anybody, I feel like he's having trouble adjusting with Russell Westbrook there. Russ has come in doing his thing. And I think, this is just my opinion. I haven't talked to anybody, but Dennis Schroeder thought he was coming here and was going to be handed the keys. It's almost like a quarterback coming in, and then all of a sudden you bring in Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so he said it. He said he doesn't feel comfortable right now. And so I think the ball isn't in his hands as much as he thought it would be. And the shot isn't falling. I know he stayed after practice the other day to get up extra shots. But I thought, you add in Westbrook, you add in Domas, and I feel like some of his playmaking abilities have been taken away from him, which makes him a little bit uncomfortable. We've seen him on Team Germany, guys,
Yeah.
run the show where the ball is in his hands. He is the guy. And so here, Russ is doing his thing. What he should. Russ is being Russ.
Sure.
Domas likes to facilitate. So I think that Dennis is still trying to figure out, his fit, because he's not necessarily, I think, doing what initially he thought he was going to be doing, which is you're the starting point guard, you're the guy handling the rock 30 minutes. Now, all right, we got Russ that can handle. We got Domas. And so I think it's an adjustment for him.
That's a great thought, by the way, because I know a lot of people were wondering, what does that mean when he said that? So great explanation from at least what you think.
Yeah. To me, Drapes, I know that Doug Christie has mentioned this.
Thank you.
Yeah. He,
lying.
Dennis Schroeder he's been banged up a little bit. His jump shot, to me, it looks like, wow, he's hurt or something. It just doesn't look great. We know he's a better shooter than this. But I wanted to ask you, there's all these things swirling around the Kings right now. A couple of positives. Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud, and I know that there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm not trying to, be all sunshine and rainbows, but what has stood out to you about the way those two youngsters have played?
Well, first of all, I'm going to start with Max, just his compete level, his ability to crash the boards. He had that one nice pass. I think it was to Russ the last game or whatever, unable to cash out on that jump shot. But, it just seems like when I look at those two players, I think the more time they get, the better for their development. Like, I love the fact that Neek is getting meaningful minutes in a game. I'm glad we're not bringing him along super slow where he gets in the final 2 minutes and he's a rotation player. And I think, they're trying to develop him. And then Max as well. I mean, think about it. When you look at the front court options that we have now that Isaac Jones is gone, you got Precious Achua, you have DeMontis Sabonis. Why not Max Reynaud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that big man rotation at this point. He gives you some size. Like I said, I like his rebounding. The issue with the two rookies, though, they're going to make some mistakes. We've seen that before. And so you try to balance, all right, are we winning games now? Are we developing? Are we trying to do both? Are we trying to, fit the thread inside the needle? And that's almost what's happening right now. I love the fact that, like I said, those two guys are getting minutes, but they're going to take some lumps also. And that may lead to, a couple of turnovers here and there. But you're looking at the bigger picture, the long run.
Right, Drapes. And as you talk about kind of the bigger picture in the long run and, these guys getting minutes and trying to find the balance of, development versus maybe, worrying about the scoreboard. I guess just from your perspective, even calling games or going to do the pre-halftime and post-game show, when you go to a Kings game or when you're going to cover a Kings game, what at this point are you gauging as success? What are you looking? It's something we talked about earlier in the show. Is it still results first, and however the result happens doesn't matter, just get the win? Is it, hey, maybe the result is secondary, and as you mentioned in that previous answer, it is more about the development of these guys? Just, I know we're only 11 games in, but are you at the point where you're kind of already looking at the result being secondary and maybe what was the actual ingredients to it being more important?
Honestly, Chris, the result, I don't want to say it's secondary because it never should be. You play to win the games. But to me, it's, are you playing together as a team?
Right.
Are you playing for each other, like Doug Christie said? Are you playing for your brothers? You know, like winning and losing, and I covered the Boston Celtics for many years. And Brad Stevens used to say he'll live with the results, but it's the process. Are you playing the right way? The ball's not going to bounce your way. Like, let's say Dennis Schroeder, shots aren't falling. He's still competing hard. That's what I'm for the guys. Are you still playing hard together? Or are you checked out? To me, success is, you know what? I'm starting to see this team gel, come together. And even though they lost some earlier games this season, I thought the compete level was there. I thought they played together as a team. These last couple of games, man, it seems like their spirit is down.
Yeah.
And so ideally, and I know, Chris, Kalen, and Whitey, it's going to be hard to come by, but if they could just get 2 or 3 straight wins, just some good vibes, and this is difficult schedule. All right.
Yeah.
Struggling. Will it snowball and keep struggling? That's why that Phoenix loss, was so big. If you would have got that, the Lakers, like those first 3 games, if you're 2-1, 3-0, now you're starting to build up some positive momentum. Now it's the negative vibes, and so they got to turn it around, man, because, the West doesn't wait. Y'all saw the schedule. I know y'all talked about it all week long. It just doesn't get easier. Like this 5-game road trip is a bear. And so when I look at success, are they still playing hard? Are they still competing? Are they still playing together? That's what I deem as success.
Well, we appreciate it, Drapes. Jay, did you have anything for Mr. Draper before his submarine completely submerges? Or
I was triple checking. I was going to salute him because I was like, he must have jumped in the Navy all of a sudden.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, man. I was past, and so, it's a lot of water out there.
Oh, we can't even understand you, man. You must be up in Shingle Spring.
I will be locked out.
All good, Drapes.
Hey, man, the 5G hasn't made its way out here yet.
All right, thanks.
On
Enjoy
that
the
Fisher
game.
Price?
Yeah.
I love it.
All right, guys.
We'll talk to you soon. Yeah.
Press the green button to hang up.
That is hilarious. It was like good for a moment, and then at times where he was just getting going, it would go like.
Yeah. I think my favorite part is when he said, "Yeah."
Yeah, that was very poignant. Yeah. Very poignant.
And Kev just goes, yeah.
Always the professional.
Oh, by the way, you had brought up the Navy. Happy Veterans Day, and thank you to all that have served and are currently serving.
Absolutely.
Our great country.
Including your grandfather?
Yeah.
Who's no longer with us?
No longer with us,
Yeah.
but served in World War II and Vietnam and lived till 91. So couldn't ask much better. Yeah.
Thank you, Kayla. Yes. Thank you,
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it.
And thank you, Keon Ellison there for keeping us on the air.
Yeah, that was hilarious, by the way. I mean, that's if you're Keon Ellis, you're doing good.
Our off the air conversations are way better than ours.
Like that.
We're texting back and forth, and I'm like, I already know he's coming with smart. So I told him, I said, I'm gonna fire you up quick.
That was so great.
When we come back, the Mavs owner admitting the Luka trade was a mistake to a fan who flipped him off. Yeah, and as Luka now cost 2 GMs their job, we're back with that and more next Sactown Sports.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Sacramento, the wait is over. The all-new Hard Rock Sports Bar is here at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. Enjoy the ultimate 24/7 sports watching destination with 20 big screens for all the games. Premium game day bites and beverages for the premier game day experience. Now open at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. For more details, visit casino.hardrock.com/Sacramento.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
The Tribe Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Our thanks to Kyle Draper for being with us today. We've got cast of thousands, Chris Watkins and Kayla Anderson, and we've got Jay, of course, getting ready for the Kings and the Nuggets. You'll be out there tonight, right, Chris?
Yes, sir. Against my better judgment, I will be out there.
Get your better judgment. What?
Yeah.
Get the man some popcorn tonight.
Yes, get us
Right?
some popcorn, get us some coffee, get us something. Something's got to get us through the day.
Kettle chips?
You guys deserve
Not kettle chips, maybe kettle corn. That could be a nice happy medium that we can maybe find.
I'll tell you, you young people don't know what you're missing. Although maybe you went to the last building.
I heard
Arco
there's been recently a lot of conversation sparked of what Arco used to bring. I
Really?
hear ice cream, I hear pizza all the time.
Really?
A lot of good talk about the Arco days.
I'm not talking about the media section.
Well,
they
that's
had
all
they
that
had
matters.
beer.
Oh,
what are we talking about?
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think I ever had any, honestly, but
No.
they had post-game beer.
Yeah, Golden
Yeah.
State does as well nowadays. Shout out them.
Do they really?
Yes, they
I
do.
was-
I have a picture of it as well. I believe it's called Golden State Lager. Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's decent. It's pretty decent.
Wow.
I may have partaken.
Yeah, I
May-
mean,
may.
if it's there
Allegedly.
after.
I used
No?
to do some post-game shows there.
Used
Anyway,
to. Used to.
yeah, they had in the old building, they had a cheese dog, which was a hot dog with chunks of cheese in it.
Oh, okay. I'm hungry, so this is not helping.
Give me that.
I thought
Sounds good.
that might not.
I love
It's probably
but it was.
I know.
They
I believe
were
as
good.
Jay Ross calls it, the revenge of the fourth. That definitely would probably come back to haunt you
but they
later in the game.
the
they
moment,
sure good.
I'm
right?
sure they were great.
Yeah.
I mean, you load those things up, and you're ready to sit down for a couple hours and watch a basketball game. I'm
Exactly.
sure.
I mean, you
The
just
garlic
really
fries back
felt
at
like,
Arco.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
to
Yum.
me anyway, I felt like I was really treating myself when I got one of those. I love two of my
Yeah, you
most
couldn't have
favorite
two of them.
things.
That's of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, we can bring those back. Maybe to harken back to better times.
You don't want to get your cholesterol checked for a while after that. You know, you want to wait a little while.
Yeah, there's a total different like in season, out of season, being in shape and out of
Yeah.
shape, and I think you can figure out how that goes.
Like when you cover games, for me, it was always like on a Sunday, it would be like, that's my cheat day because I knew I was going to
Boom.
just go to the buffet and whatever was out
Gorge.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, cookies at halftime. You know, you got to indulge.
What was does one come to mind, the best media
Meal.
spread?
Yeah, so it was always at the opposing stadiums,
Well,
not the Titan Stadium.
yeah,
but
that's what I assumed.
it was the Atlanta Falcons in Mercedes-Benz.
assume,
You guys, that place, they had like a Sunday set up. They had obviously Chick-fil-A because that's where it was born.
Yep.
So their spread was like endless, and I just remember you always were just going in between any whistle even and just going to grab
Just
anything.
figuring out what's there. Yeah.
Exactly. It was
I'm
so
down for
good.
that. That sounds incredible. Yeah.
The first place I ever saw ice cream was Phoenix, and this was
They can use it out
2011, 2012,
Right.
something like that. And going in there, at halftime, it's like, you gotta be kidding me!
Yeah.
How much is this?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, no,
It's
it's free.
free.
Just take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you leave with like 3 different bowls of ice cream. Like, oh my God, I had to get the chocolate, the vanilla, and the
Exactly.
swirl. And yeah,
Uh-huh.
absolutely. So I hear good things about Utah's spread. Golden
Really?
State's is good. I think it
Yeah.
can definitely get better, but it's definitely like a nice
lot of items at Golden
lot
State.
of items at
Yeah.
Golden State. Yeah, I think they go for optionality instead of like going top tier, but nonetheless, it's a very, very solid
Decent.
spread, and that's where I really can't complain.
Oh, they had ice cream there. Like
They did.
that.
They
I
have
haven't been
ice
there in a
cream. They
while,
got
yeah.
popcorn there.
Yeah.
They've got
yeah.
they've got the works there. Soda machine, coffee.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
so
Whatever
hungry.
you want.
The Mavericks finally fired Nico Harris.
Finally.
Can we say that Luka has cost 2 GMs his job?
no.
Is
At
that fair?
least, yeah, at
Their
least.
job,
I don't think
yeah.
Atlanta. I don't think that guy stayed around either. The guy who
Travis
traded,
Schlenk.
Yeah, I don't believe. I don't. Is he the one who made the?
I think he was there when they. Yes.
Yeah.
You're
okay,
right.
So there you go.
You
yeah,
could
there's
argue three.
Yeah.
Another one
forgotten
bites
about
the
him.
dust.
Mm-hmm.
Phoenix maybe potentially too. I don't know if the guy, taking DeAndre Ayton instead. Luka's gotten a lot of people fired already.
Yes,
is
Right?
the
yes.
point.
So apparently, did you hear about this? There's a kid
Yes.
wearing a Luka jersey.
Yes.
And I guess the last time he was there, he flipped off the owner.
Yeah.
And his dad said, you shouldn't do that. You need to apologize to him next time you see him. So last night, the kid goes, when I say kid, I don't know, he's a teenager.
He was,
Goes down next to the owner and apologizes to him, and then they have a conversation, and the owner says, yeah, that Luka trade was a mistake.
Wow.
Next to the kid.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. It's
Yeah.
pretty incredible that's how Dallas Mavericks fans have to get their apology is because
Exactly.
some kid had to apologize to the owner because he
Yes.
flipped him off and his dad wanted to make it some moral lesson. And that's how
And he
Dallas
admits.
fans have to get the the relief of, we knew we weren't crazy, but at least
Right.
there's some form of acknowledgement of wrongdoing there. And yeah, I mean, it's just from head to toe like a story of malpractice and exactly why fans were upset from the first place. Obviously, you can't trade your franchise super mega star and expect things to just be fine. But I think it was the fact that then after Dallas tried to sell it as, no, like y'all ain't seeing the picture. Like what you
Exactly.
don't understand is Luka's actually way overweight and Anthony Davis is going to have us win a championship in the next 3 years. And I think that's really where they doubled down on the frustration almost to where you reach the point where he had to be. I mean, it was crazy that he still had a job going into the season. Obviously,
know.
I think they're 3-7 as well.
They're
so
not doing
that
well. They're
kind
not
of,
off to a good
that
start.
kind of ended up being the last straw there.
And the thing and you made a good point. I mean, there's only so many stars like that in the league, right? And
There's maybe
it's
only
just,
one.
Yes, and it's mind blowing. Like you said, could you imagine if that were what the Kings did? Like the whole entire upper band, like everybody would be gone.
It'd be gone.
I mean, so like you said, for him to even have a job, I think everybody was scratching their heads.
Yep.
But for them to have to figure it out now, at even this point of the season, just because you're 3-7 or whatever,
3-7, I believe. Yeah.
it's like okay,
3-8.
now
Wow.
3-8. Now
Yeah.
we're gonna make the decision.
Mhm.
It's just it's laughable.
We all know that the Kings didn't things didn't go well for the Kings or they didn't handle the situation well after Beam Team won. But you could make the case, and I'm going to make it now, that what Dallas has done, it was worse because they went to the finals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And then traded the guy that got them to the finals.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
and
definitely
then now you've got your fan base is irate.
Yeah.
I would be too.
Patrick Dumont is the owner of the team, and he just sent, he penned, an open letter to Mavericks fans explaining, how bad everything is,
Right.
how you shouldn't have traded Luka. You don't get over something like that. It took the Kings a long time to get out from under that dark cloud, and then I think it came back.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%.
So when you're the team, you had the guy, and then you traded him.
It's a little cloudy these days.
Yeah, and it's still not entirely sure why. And I know some people look at that and go, "Oh, that was a league was in on that." And that's never going to go. I don't believe that, but I understand it. That's never going to go away either. What a mess they've created.
Yeah, I mean, it's a truly once in a lifetime player. I mean, you don't recover from those kind of things. Like, especially, it's one thing to just, the Kings just passed on the opportunity. It's another thing to have him underneath your roof, cater to him, bring him up, reach success, and then abandon ship completely.
The
and
Kings
give him
were not the only team that passed on him, but Dallas is the only team that had him and said,
we're gonna pass on him when we have
good
him.
look at him. And then to throw him to the Lakers, I think, is another element on top of it. It's like the Kings fans might think they're the only ones in the world who hate the Lakers. Everybody in the world hates the Lakers, including the Dallas Mavericks. And so to throw that extra punch on top of it, that it just felt like, again, you feel like you're smarter than everybody. You're doing this move because you know that you're going to get flack for it, but in the long run, you think you're going to look like the smartest guy in the room. And just now they're admitting, turns out maybe everybody else is right.
When we come back, how many Kings moments rank among the top 25 on-court moments of this century? We'll look at that next. Sactown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets.
Tip off at 8, your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heat and Air. Right now, breaking news, they're upgrading their offering to include plumbing, bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. They're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy Home Pros. You hear me talk about them as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement, and now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free, and they'll give you a second opinion and almost certainly save you money. Oh, but wait, there's more. With winter coming up, how about a free furnace special? With full system installation, you're getting a free furnace, not a discounted furnace, a free furnace, and up to $4,000 in rebates while that funding lasts. So get there right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This 49ers Red Zone Report is being brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Shotgun snap. Jones under pressure, throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, 49ers. Jawad Jennings makes the grab in the end zone. Jones takes the snap, under pressure. Time running out. He runs left side, he throws. Complete, wide open, and into the end zone for the score. Touchdown, 49ers. Assessing his options, look right, then look left, and then finds Luke Farrell for the touchdown.
Ready, set, win big. When the 49ers win, you score. With 49% off any large pizza, only at Mountain Mike's Pizza. Celebrate every game day with your favorites from our legendary crispy, curly pepperoni, bold sauced up wings, garlic butter drenched sides, and gooey sweet desserts, all hot, fresh, and built for a Niners victory. Download the Mountain Mike's app, join Mountain Rewards, and turn every Niners win into a pizza party. Let's go Niners! Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140. Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Drive Guys, Jay and Whitey and Kayla and Chris Watkins taking you up to game night. But game night is later tonight because the game doesn't start till 11:15. It's a late tip-off tonight.
Yeah, very strange.
Yeah.
Not used to it.
Dang, you need a second win like I was telling Watkins over here. I said, you get up, do your stretches, maybe some push-ups.
Yeah,
you know.
Calisthenics.
My mistake, 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, yeah. I wonder if it's going to throw off any of them. I know these guys are very regimented, with their naps and such.
question.
Like, they're very, to a T. Like, I nap from, we get out of shoot-around at 2 o'clock, and then from 3:15 to 7:15, which isn't the time, I'll nap. And so I wonder just how all that stuff
At least for the start, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I mean, I was even talking to the great writer we had on, Brendan
Vogt, yeah.
Vogt, yeah.
Yeah.
And they have been really good in the first quarter in terms of the Nuggets. But, the traveling team, the late start, you always
they're
have
extra
to wonder.
late, right? Yeah, they're even an hour. If they're even, I don't even know what time. You guys have both been around
they
athletes more.
mountain
Do they
time?
have any sort of time structure, these
Yes.
athletes? Especially basketball players,
Yes.
I feel like you're just city by city. Do you ever really settle into any time zone?
I don't.
Why do you're a professional athlete? Please let me know.
Yeah.
I'm
you've
not
done
allowed
it.
to.
You've done it
you're not allowed
before.
to disclose, right?
But I know that the teams, they do a lot of studies of sleep deprivation and how to try to maximize
performance and all that.
opportunities
Yeah.
to sleep and
it's
all that
interesting
stuff,
too to that because these guys, they're peaking at 7 p.m. right? Not really many people's bodies is meant to. Most people are like, hey, 2-3 o'clock is kind of when I have my most energy.
So
these
true.
guys kind of have to figure out how to, which is why I think maybe in the past these guys used to be creatures of the night, if you will. But I think it's kind of tough for them to, again, wake up at 5 or 6 and then be expected to perform at your best at 7 and then 10:30. What, you're just supposed to wind down and go right back to sleep?
No
I think
way.
these guys are just wired and up all
Yeah,
night.
especially back-to-backs, which both Denver and Sacramento are going to have.
Right.
I think the NBA has it the toughest, guys, too, because the NBA plays so many games, and they are switching
they're in LA
time
tomorrow.
zones. That's exactly.
Nuggets play at 8 o'clock tonight. They'll probably finish the game at 11.
Yeah.
Get done. They'll probably leave the arena as a team midnight and then get on the plane, leave at 1, maybe land 2:30, get into their hotel at 3:30 for a game tomorrow.
And the Kings, second game, it tips off in less than 24 hours.
That's right, because it's earlier.
Absolutely, yeah. Same routine, except I guess that's maybe the benefit of being at home is you get to at least sleep in your own bed. But even then, you're still on a back-to-back against the tough Hawks team.
By the way, Kayla mentioned Brendan Vogt, whom we spoke to. He works for DNVR.com. Anyway, speaking of votes, Stephen Vogt, the former Athletic, now manager of the Cleveland Guardians, American League Manager of the Year.
Wow. How about
and
that?
Pat Murphy of the Brewers, the National League Manager of the Year. Your guy, Dan Wilson of the M's, placed third in the...
And he did a heck of a job. Not having managerial experience, and obviously catchers are I think the most common to maybe take over a manager spot one day, just because they pretty much are the game manager. But yeah, congrats to all of the winners, because it was a fun season, I thought. And I thought there were some really good overall managing jobs done, for sure.
Great point you make, because of the top 5 finishers of the American League, at least 3 of them, I don't know what Schneider was with Toronto, but the other Vogt and Dan Wilson and A.J. Hinch were all catchers.
Former catchers.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. So
Yeah.
you're absolutely right.
Something to it.
Chris Watkins noticed something today in The Athletic, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Hello.
A couple different things.
The Athletic put together a list here. The Athletic's top 25 on-court moments of the first 25 years of this century.
Boy, oh boy.
Why are they doing that now?
Great question.
Oh, no.
That was
Oh, no.
also something I wondered. I was like, did I
Are they
miss
selling
something?
the team?
Like, what was happening there? But yeah, they for some reason decided today was the day.
Yeah, so let's see if there's any Kings moments
Let's
in here. Go through this quickly. Number 1, and this is the whole staff, right? So if you're wondering, well, how did that get to be number 1? It's a panel that voted on this. They have the chase down LeBron James 2016 finals on Iguodala. Number 2 is Kobe's 81-point game in 2006. Number 3, Ray Allen from the corner, 2013 finals. Number 4, bounce, 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 Kawhi, Game 7 of the 2019 East Finals against the Sixers. Draymond crosses a line below the belt. Game, that's number 5. And at first I thought, oh, is that
The Sabonis.
yeah, but it's not.
It's a different.
2016 finals
didn't even
when he
flinch.
got tangled with LeBron and then whatever happened. Number 6, Bonsoir.
Or night night.
Yeah, Steph Curry. Oh, is that what it is?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. This was in the Olympics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 7, LeBron's beat down in Beantown 2012. Number 8, Kobe's final glorious game from April of 2016.
Huh.
Yeah, I had that game recorded.
Really?
Remember, I kept it forever, and I'm
Jeez.
not a Kobe fan, but that was so incredible. I kept that. Number 9, whistles amid cowbells.
Here we go.
Oh, boy.
The 9th biggest, most significant moment of the on-court in the NBA the last century. The words Game 6 still irk Sacramento Kings fans. Jay already is going to wave this off like, oh, we shouldn't be talking about this. It's number 9, Jay. You're right. It should be higher. Kings had a better record than the Lakers. Lakers shot 27 free throws in the fourth quarter. Sacramento shot 25 in the game to edge the Kings 106-102. Sacramento would then blow a second-half lead in Game 7, lose at home. Kings haven't been that close to a championship since. And you were 7 years old at the time?
7 years old, yes. Shout out Mr. Jason Jones wrote that one.
Yeah, thank you, Jason Jones.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Was it the sole
Jason
reason
Jones,
the
I
Kings...
think, was happy that day, by the way, for what it's worth.
Yeah,
He was a
just had
happy-
him on
he was a
last
happy
week.
guy that day.
We had him on last week, and all he did was talk about the Dodgers.
Of course.
like Jason Jones.
Was it the sole reason the Kings lost the series? No, but it's the biggest
No,
what-if in Sacramento history.
Yeah.
10, Dame Lillard waves goodbye to OKC.
What an incredible thing.
Incredible. 11, again, this is the
It's
top,
just LeBron.
top 25 moments on the court of this century, according to The Athletic, in the NBA. And again, we don't know why this list now, but we're seeing how many Kings moments are on here. 11, LeBron serves notice in Detroit. 12, redeemed team's ultimate redemption. 13, Tyrese Halliburton tears his Achilles.
Wow.
What is that about?
Holy, that's a little recency bias. I mean, it was pretty substantial, but I don't know if I would have it 13th most significant moment.
Jeez.
Number 14, .04.
Man.
That's Derek Fisher.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
Yeah. Game 5, 2004 Western
Look at that
Conference
score.
semifinals.
Down 73 to 72 with 0.4 seconds left in Game 5. Incredible.
Yeah,
They just
and
don't do it like
that's
that
one of the
anymore.
reasons why was that when they were trying to foul him?
Don't remember
No, it was
if
a
they
miracle.
tried to foul
It was a
him. Yeah,
miracle
it was an
0.4 was
inbounds.
the shot.
It was an
Yeah.
inbounds.
Miracle
yeah.
18-footer at the buzzer.
What changed the
rule,
him
right?
and Tim Duncan, right? They changed the rule
Yeah.
to being able to have possession and all
I think
that.
it's 0.7 now in order to get a shot off, 0.3 to like tip. So
15, the Mavericks were back in Miami, 2011. 16,
Ugh.
Robert Ory's hip check.
Thankfully.
Yeah, that was 2007 playoffs. The Suns and the Spurs, and the Suns, there was a big brawl, and the Suns lost all their players, and they couldn't win the series. Number 17, the step over.
Oh, yeah.
Allen Iverson and Tyronn
Yeah.
Lue.
And they, Are you referring to when they lost 4-1 that series?
That's exactly
Sure,
right.
okay.
Yeah, number 18, Klay Thompson
Yeah.
goes off.
Oh,
in
yeah,
OKC.
baby. Let's
okay,
go.
good. In OKC, yeah.
Yeah, not against you guys.
Heart
Yeah.
started pounding for a second there. What was it, 36 in the quarter or whatever?
37,
That was so fun to
who's
watch.
counting?
I
Who's
think that
counting?
was more astounding.
That to
It
me
was
is
fun to watch.
Which game is this? Is this
This
the
is Game
OKC?
6, 2016.
That's Game 6, Clay. Okay,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's pretty incredible. You could do the game where Clay took, 7 dribbles and scored 40. It could be the Kings quarter. It could be the Game 6 Clay. I mean, it's truly incredible.
He was 11 of 18 from 3, a playoff record, and forced the Game 7.
Off the court.
Yeah.
Is winning, according to Alan Stiles.
Whitey Gleason.
Sactown Sports.
19 LeBron passes Kareem. 20 Linsanity goes international.
Wait. LeBron James becoming the NBA's all-time leading scorer is the 19th most significant moment of the 21st century.
Way behind Halliburton. Getting injured. Nothing against Halliburton.
For sure. Gotcha.
Yeah. 21. 27 misses. The Houston Rockets missing 27 3-pointers against the Warriors in 2018.
How many of that?
22. Derrick Rose tears his ACL.
Wow.
That changed his whole, pretty much his whole career.
23 on the list of the 25 biggest on-court moments in NBA history, or at least of the last century, this century. Giannis finals 50 piece. Wow. 24 a title for Wade, and 25 Steph becomes the first Splash Brother at MSG.
Interesting.
Yeah. So for the Kings, it was just the.
Thankfully, I think we actually lucked out by only getting one. A couple of those again. You said the RH word, and I was like, oh boy, I don't want to go through that again. And then Klay Thompson kind of was a pick your poison, pick your buffet, whichever performance. But it's interesting. I kind of would have hoped that. I don't know what games. I guess maybe that double overtime game that the Kings played with the Clippers, but I was kind of thinking some sort of mentioning of the beam. I think would have been I think.
Okay, that's fair.
The other thing that maybe the Kings could have made
it's on court, and technically the beam is not.
That's true.
Hey, they got a beam on the floor. Okay, I've seen it.
No,
okay,
I know.
Post game, they somehow managed to bring it indoors.
Would you put would it be even a mention? And I know that this just happened, but Westbrook. At the age of 37, just the other night, his triple-double, and just continuing to do. And he broke, didn't he break some? Yeah,
the rebounding record.
The rebounding record.
Becoming the all-time leading point guard rebounder.
It's not going to make the top 25. I get that. But,
right. It's more if LeBron breaking the all-time scoring record can't crack the top 15,
then it's,
I guess.
I'm just trying to stir the pot a little,
Yeah, there's some odd choices. These are all obviously very significant.
Some of them are a little weird.
Said, very significant, almost all of them. But I don't know if that would have, especially a couple of years removed with hindsight of the 20. Yeah, just pretty interesting there. But I don't think any of them are necessarily egregious. I'm curious if that's actually like the. Did they say that's the order in which they would place it as well? Like, is that the true hierarchy of everything? But
I'll have to double check, but I believe,
or if it's just the 25.
I believe so. Linsanity it's nice to be reminded of that.
Yeah,
it was so crazy and it burned hot and quick, and then it was gone.
Where is he nowadays?
He is doing. I saw him doing TV somewhere, but I think that's kind of the life that he's into now. I don't think he's like playing internationally or anything. Still collecting
he's
checks.
out of the
I believe
game.
he's kind of like a FanDuel.
Yeah, retired
TV
this year
course.
prior to the season.
Did he
right?
really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I knew it was fairly recently, but. Yeah, Jeremy Lin. That's one that you really don't see. Like, it happens in baseball, I think, here and there, where you'll get a guy have a really crazy season and then kind of not be heard from again. NFL.
Once in a while,
right? Like maybe a running back more specifically, but it's kind of hard to get like a quarterback, true flash in the pan, or receiver. Very rarely in basketball because there's so much that goes into like even just having a good game, and then you string together I don't even remember what it was. It felt like it was 10 straight games of Jeremy Lin, 20-plus points. Like, it's very strange to get somebody performing like a superstar for 2-3 weeks and then just never, ever showing any of that again. Or beforehand even. It's not like this is a guy like Michael Porter Jr. or something where it's like, hey, this guy at one point had a ton of promise, never met up to it, and, just kind of had a moment. This guy was nothing, had a moment, and then after was kind of, I guess you could say, riding the fumes of his success.
Flash in the pan, baby.
The beauty of this coming out when it does is it gives me another launching point for something I've been trying to get going since the summer.
Okay.
We've had 40 years of Kings basketball in Sacramento, right? And I've been trying to put together a list of the 40 best on-court moments in Kings history.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. And I was trying to do something that people could vote on.
Yeah.
Maybe people don't vote on it. Maybe we just come up with a list, along with the help of some fans, of the 40 greatest on-court moments. Now, I know it might seem like 40 is going to be a lot with it.
I think
but
individual moments you could find
I
them
think
for
so.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been some pretty special moments, even through like losses of like, the
But you know
Here
what
We
I'm
Stay
saying.
night.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Some of the jaded people say, there aren't 40.
You're not going to be hard-pressed finding 10, buddy. But yeah, no, I mean, I think you can definitely come up with a pretty solid list. Of course, you're going to have to stretch it towards the end there, but no, I think that you could definitely come up with a really, really solid list. And funny enough, I think you would be surprised at how many of those moments have came in the last 10, 15 years of really the team. I mean, the team really hasn't been successful for a lot of those 40 years, but specifically the last 10, 15 years has just been incredibly impactful.
And one of them, Chris, is the one you just mentioned that probably should be on this list, the win over the Clippers, 176, 175?
I honestly don't. I feel like it was, 176, 175 sounds right. I think it was in the 150s after regulation. So that sounds about right to me. But that game absolutely is one that lives in my mind forever. I mean, there's a couple individual performances from DeMarcus Cousins, like 50 points, 20 rebound kind of nights where, they're barely winning and he's scoring more than half of their points. Tyreek Evans at the horn, right? That's a game where, I don't even think that team won 30 games and Tyreek Evans hitting a pretty much full court shot.
At Chicago, I think?
No, it was at home.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Against Memphis. Yes.
Against Memphis, yeah.
OJ Mayo hits a shot and then Tyreek gets the inbound and hits a full court shot. Like, I think that team maybe won 25 games that year, but that's a moment that I think every single Kings fan who was still paying attention during that time, they're never going to forget.
How about going back to that Lakers series game 5, Mike Bibby?
Man, I mean, incredible. Yeah, coming off the inbounds pass. Whitey, that has to be number one. If you are making the list, there's no doubt that, Mike Bibby hits that shot game 5. They go up 3-1. That's the closest this team has ever been to the NBA Finals is that shot, that moment. And then after that, we know
we're one game away from going to the NBA Finals, Kayla.
Yeah, that's why y'all, I give you
Can't
so
get
much
closer.
credit. You're dedicated as you know what, as fans here. I'm just hoping sooner than later you guys can get something for it in terms of some payback.
Might be closer to a reset than actually a championship, but that's okay too, right, Chris?
Gotta just admit it at some point.
Yeah, I think at this point it's for the best. It's just that, they actually have to admit it and they have to start actually making steps towards that. And I think, you do have to kind of have a signaling moment. I think it can't just be, hey, tonight Keon Ellis is playing 35 minutes out of nowhere. Like, it's not something like that. I think you need a true defining moment, and more than likely that's going to be a trade, but they need something to officially signify, for lack of a better term, the white flag has been raised. Like, we are no longer aiming in the direction that we seem to have been trying to. I think that this team does need to come to grips with the reality of it, but saying that, I think it's also tough because you want them to just publicly announce, hey, everyone's for trade. You're not going to get very good value. And then also there's the reality that Doug Christie is still coaching this team trying to win a basketball game tonight. And that's really going to hurt your locker room morale if the GM or whoever is in charge comes out and uses their mouth to say, hey, we actually don't want to win and we actually want to lean into a rebuild. Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook, Domantas Sabonis, all those guys are going to say, well, you're not going to get my 100%.
Yeah, and I kind of understand that too. And Drapes mentioned it when we talked to him. He said, I felt like in the big chunk of games in the beginning, we were seeing competition out there every night. We were seeing them give the effort, even if it was a loss. I completely agree with you. I was even watching this team having fun, like watching them play. And then the last 2 games specifically, guys, I was like, okay, this turned quick. Like, that went from, hey, having fun, it was competitive, to like, whoa, what happened to this team? Like, in an instant. And you can see the defeat out there on their faces. And then clearly what I've said after, you're hearing some of the remarks made by the players, and you can really see it shifted
right out of the whole building.
And right out of the whole building. You're exactly right.
What's funny too is I'm looking at just like how the season has gone, the schedule. After that Warrior game, a ton of people were like, "Oh, like what's like? Oh, you're really celebrating beating the Warriors? Like, who cares? Nobody played on both sides of the fence that game." Now, the Kings like desperate. If they didn't have that win, we would be talking about them barely beating Milwaukee on the road, which was day by day becoming more incredibly impressive. But yeah, I mean, it really just sticks to the point that this team is not far off from being almost winless as well. I mean, you can't do this, but you take away the Milwaukee game, you take away that Golden State game, you take away a late putback from Domantas Sabonis, and this team doesn't have a win all year. Again, their 3 wins have been by 8 total points combined. I just think the margins are so small on both sides, but it just feels like this team has to play perfect in order for them to get results that they want. There's no margin of error for them to really slack at all.
And that's, on a game-to-game basis, sometimes you might get that still to see. You might see an upset at some point, but that's the consistency and the perfection. It's just not sustainable.
Mm-hmm. There's one thing that every good NBA team has, every really good NBA team has, that I don't think the Kings have. If we're being honest, you look at the roster, and we know that there's a lot of talented players there. There are players on here that are going to the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. There are guys that have done things that other players can't do. But I don't think there's a single player on this roster right now that you could say, that's a guy you can build a team around. Maybe you could say that about Russ in his prime. Yeah. But I don't think there's a single guy on the roster that you could say, yep, there you go. That's your building block, and you're going to build everything on that. And that's not a knock against any of them. But I think clearly that's what they're going to have to find, and that's not something you necessarily just look around like, oh, well, yeah, give me a sec. Okay, here it is. Sometimes it takes years to find that guy. I think they thought De'Aaron Fox could be that. Maybe he could have. If he is, it's not going to be here. But to me, that's one of the reasons why we look at the roster and go, there's all this talent. What's wrong? You don't have a guy.
Yeah, and everybody's got, literally everybody has a guy.
Good teams do.
Even bad teams have a guy. Like, whether or not that he's the right guy. John Memphis. I mean, LaMelo Ball is always the easiest one to point at. Like, Charlotte's not good, but they at least say, we're building around LaMelo Ball, whether or not that's right or not. Like, I just don't think that, to your point, like Domantas Sabonis is probably the closest you get, and I don't think any other team in the league is thinking of him in that manner, especially
I think the Kings are trying maybe to do that with Zach.
Yes, I think that's that's the hope, is maybe even trying to, smoke and mirror it. Even to say, hey, like this guy, you look at the numbers,
and
that's a star
really
player,
well.
right?
Right.
He's playing well, but every team he's ever been on isn't successful. And so I think at the end of the day, that is a true franchise player, right? A true number one is somebody who, you still see how that guy is elevating you, even if you are a really, really bad team. And right now, I mean, I thought Sabonis would be able to elevate this roster more with his playmaking ability, but doesn't feel like anybody is necessarily making anybody on the team better.
And I think with that, even with Levine, it's like that's not the far future, because he's still like, there's still like, is he going to be here, in next year even? And so the next guy you'd look to who's young and who is a first, you're like Neek, but Neek's that's not a centerpiece.
Right.
Like he's going to be a really good player for the Kings.
I agree with you.
But I don't think he's the guy that you're like, oh, we're building around Neek Clifford. Like you're not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
how do you find that guy? I mean, we always talk about OKC and how if you want to rebuild, you want to do what OKC did, but they found their centerpiece almost before they started their rebuild, or they didn't draft him, is my point.
Right, and they got kind of like it was like kind of really lucky.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, I would say for lack of a better term, it was definitely lucky because
I don't think
that was not their intention, right?
Yeah.
They did not single out Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and say, we're not doing this deal unless he's involved. Maybe to an extent they did, but they were not saying that's a guy that we now want to build around.
It's funny how lucky you have to be. I think we've talked about this, Chris. The Bucks, when they were going to trade Bogut to the Warriors, and the Warriors literally say, okay, do you want Monte or do you want Steph? You can have either one.
Yeah.
Steph Curry gets hurt all the time. And they said, we'll take Monte Ellis. Okay.
Yep. And you can. There are a lot of reports of people who say that the Kings were in a similar situation with Tyrese and De'Aaron as well, that they essentially told Indiana, you can have one of De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton, and they said, well, De'Aaron's already on a contract. Tyrese is cheaper, and we have more team control. We'll take Tyrese. And you can make the argument that, Tyrese and Domantas Sabonis fit better because Tyrese is more of a floor extender than De'Aaron and Sabonis did. So I think that there's tons of different ways in which it's definitely gone right for teams, and definitely the Kings just always tend to be on the unlucky side of those equations.
Could be one of those guys, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. Luka, they decided to pass on him, which, to be honest, at the time, I was fine with that.
You didn't
to be
know,
honest.
yeah.
But he certainly looks like one of those guys. So you have those opportunities sometimes, and then when they slip away,
it's like,
You
dang
must
it.
be prudent and opportunistic,
Yeah.
Brady. We know this.
Yeah.
Prudent and opportunistic. You must be at all times. And yeah, I mean, I think it's sometimes it is hindsight 2020, but I think other times it is just very obvious that Luka Doncic should have gone number 1, and you should have been counting your lucky stars that he was even available at number 2. And so the fact you pass on him at that point should be. It's just malpractice. It was crazy.
Yep.
To me, it was crazy at the time. It's obviously even crazier as time has gone on.
Chris Watkins brought up something interesting off the air today, if I may revisit that. You look at the Western Conference standings right now, Sacramento 3-7, Utah 3-7. The Clippers 3-7. They've lost 5 in a row.
Very strange.
You mean that young roster they have?
Yeah, that's interesting too. Yeah, they're
you
definitely more on the veteran side. So
you're thinking they might also look at
I know.
know.
I'm scared. I'm definitely concerned. As the Kings were meant to kind of be the team that has all of the fire sale potential. And hey, if you want a star, but you don't necessarily want to pay for one, DeMar DeRozan, $25 million might be the way to go. If there's going to be real stars available, that kind of makes me very nervous for the Kings' potential fire sale. Like, would you not rather go attack a James Harden or a Kawhi Leonard, try and get one of those guys, and then maybe if you strike out, then you go and look at DeMar, a Levine, a Sabonis?
I think that hurts them a little.
Yeah, it's a little scary that the Clippers aren't playing well.
We'll take a closer look at that. Also, we'll take a look at which Kings are playing well next on Sactown Sports.
The Kings play here, baby.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 6:30 with tip-off at 8. Listen to your Sacramento Kings.
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com. Some nights just call for something better, a place above the noise, where the skyline glows and the energy feels effortless. That place is Revival at the Sawyer, Sacramento's rooftop escape. All November long, show your Sactown Sports app and enjoy buy one, get one half off beverages. Whether it's golden hour with friends or late night laughter under the city lights, Revival's the place to see and the place to be seen. Revival at the Sawyer, the view, the vibe, the moment. Reserve your table at revivalsacramento.com. Offer valid once per visit per person.
Around here, Maverick is more than a name. It's who we are. My dad climbed power poles for a living, and he taught me to keep homes running when it gets cold. This November, donate 5 canned foods to our holiday food drive and choose a furnace tune-up or an electrical safety check. We'll collect your cans at the appointment and keep your heat comfy and your lights steady. So the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com. Limited November appointments. Some restrictions may apply.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at choosechangeca.org.
Like the beam for Sacramento Kings. We the beam team, hey. Like the beam for Sacramento Kings. Like the beam. Like the beam for Sacramento Kings.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Interesting night for the Kings tonight, taking on the Denver Nuggets. National TV, of course, 8 o'clock start, late start. But what's most interesting is here the Kings are taking on one of the best teams in the NBA on a night when, we know earlier today, Carmichael Davis on these airwaves said, yes, the rebuild has officially begun. So that's right. Yeah. So we're just going to be curious to see what kind of effort and lineup the Kings put forward tonight. Chris Watkins, Kayla Anderson with us. I'll be surprised if it's not very similar to what we've been seeing. I don't imagine them changing up and going super young. If they're going to do that anytime in the immediate future, I don't think they do it tonight on national TV.
No, because that's the thing. You got to put out some sort of a product, at least tonight, before you decide to make maybe some drastic decisions. Yeah. With it being a national game, NBC for the first time since, like you said, 2002. So, and guess what, guys? It's at home, and the last two performances at home have been, in my eyes, like unacceptable. Like at least the last one, where it was embarrassing. And so at least leave the fans with somewhat of a semi-good taste in their mouths before they hit the road and decide to push the reset button. Mm-hmm. You got to put something out there that's competitive tonight.
Yeah, and to the national TV point, too, how many times, Whitey, have we talked about how national writers don't watch Kings games? Ooh. And now, granted, 8 o'clock start, maybe that's already scaring some of the East Coast national guys, but this could very well be the only opportunity for a while that these guys have to get a view on the Kings. And right now, all they're hearing is that the Kings are up for fire sale. And so if the Kings do lose by 30, I would just expect a ton of articles this week, or, even if it's not full articles, but just mentions of, and the Kings are a dumpster fire. It appears that they'll be the first come December 15th, when free agents can be traded. They're definitely a team that is immediately looking to do anything. I just think that's also a factor of not anything that anybody's going to be thinking about on the floor tonight, but a possible ramification of the Kings getting blown out tonight is definitely going to be from a national standpoint. We're going to be hearing all again about how the Kings are back to their old ways, about how this is, a franchise that is going nowhere and has no direction and has no star and yada, yada, yada. It's just going to be all negativity from the national standpoint if they get embarrassed tonight. I think they could do themselves a lot of favors of pushing that narrative away if they just, as we've talked about, just be competitive. And I think it doesn't give people that default, oh, the Kings suck, I don't have to give any actual analysis. Let's just say Kings suck and no one wants to be there.
There was a piece at The Defector. Did you see that
yesterday? I did, yeah. I thought it was a really good piece.
Who wrote it?
Patrick wrote it. Patrick. I believe Patrick Bamford.
Savage the Kings.
The Kings?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's every
the baby races in there.
God. Yeah, he did.
I mean, every article you do read national, though, that's the truth. I mean, and you guys know it's been happening for years now, but unfortunately, for this to happen this early on in the season with the new head coach, it's the last thing you want to see. But again, if they're watching this tonight and national writers are writing tomorrow, you're exactly right. It's going to be all right, they have already, the season's done. Expect them to, have this guy on the table to trade. And that's the most discouraging thing, because here we are talking every day pretty much about it. I mean, you guys especially. And this is what you're going to be talking about for the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm. Especially if it's a blowout at halftime. Those guys are going to start writing the article early. It's a late game. They're going to say, look, I'm not putting any more effort into this than I need to put. And again, it's just easy to default. No one's going to argue with you if you're a national media and you say, I don't think the Kings are very good. You're not going to receive a ton of pushback from that. So I think it's just easy, and it's what they've always gone to.
One of the things that jumps out to me that's interesting here is you do have the fact that the Kings are without Keegan. So that hurts a lot. And the schedule has been brutal. But other than that, you look at the way guys have been playing, and I know Domas has been out a little bit, but DeMar DeRozan having a really solid year. Zach LaVine is playing really well.
Yeah.
Schroeder has not been what they hoped. Domas is some of his numbers are down, but he's been solid. Malik Monk is having a really good season.
Really good
right?
season.
Neat Clifford's played really well, and yet here they are at 3-7.
It's not a game of individuals, though, right?
Yeah,
and like
right.
Doug Christie says, you got to, even when he stresses the defensive part, like you got to go out there every night and play collectively solid defense, or have good nights, not off and on offensively.
Sure.
And Westbrook is, by the way, having a good year too, I would say, to start the season.
Absolutely.
But it just, that collectively it's not happening, and it is. So maybe that is valuable to know that these individuals are having a good start. Maybe they can use.
I'll be honest. To me, it suggests that if anybody who should know how this thing works, if anybody looked at this team and thought this team might be pretty good, I got to question their judgment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Even on paper, you would just be able to tell that the collection of talent that's there doesn't necessarily complement each other, and there's just huge gaps of positional need. Like you don't have a guy like Keegan Murray. You don't have multiple guys like Keegan Murray, frankly, like every roster should have. You have a ton of guys who take a ton of mid-range jumpers. You don't have guys that are, playing the game in the modern style of things. And it's just an absolute mess of a team. And I think, you were listing all the offensive numbers. I think the thing that I've kind of come to realize with, doing the pre and post game show with Henry Turner and then just hearing Doug after the games is, you can give these guys all the offensive numbers you want. They're just going to spit back and say, offense is not our problem. Like, offense is not the reason why. I would maybe say that you could still play better offense, especially when you have a couple games where you're barely scratching 100. But I think that the sentiment that I've gotten from two ex-players, Henry and Doug, is that they just have to be better defensively. So it doesn't even matter that Dennis Schroeder goes 0 of 10 in that game, because at the end of the day, they want Dennis Schroeder to be playing defense. And if he's not doing that, if he's not, making a guy turn his hips 3 times before crossing half court, that's him not doing his job. Him going 0 for 10, the coaches will say, hey, man, you'll make or miss shot. Hey, he was 0 of 10 today. He'll go 7 of 10 tomorrow. Like, you can't really dictate how that's going to go. What you can dictate is how well, to an extent, you play defensively.
But it's not just the defense. And I know I heard you in the High Flyer.
Yeah.
And we know that at times the Kings have really put on a show offensively. We remember the games in Milwaukee, for example.
Yeah,
so there have been times
Solid
when,
game.
and I heard High Flyer with you saying, this team can score.
Yes.
And they can, but overall they're 23rd
they've been
in
bad.
offensive rating. 27th in defensive rating, and they've had too many times when it's like the offense just
Exactly.
stops.
Yeah, which is very strange because it just shouldn't. At any point, the offense shouldn't stop. I mean, with how many offensive weapons they have, there's really no reason for it to. And it's what makes this team so strange is I actually had it on my list to ask Drapes. I've been trying to figure out what people think this team is actually good at. Like, we talk about them playing to their strengths, and we obviously know Doug is preaching for them to play defense. That's not one of their strengths. Well, what is? Like, what should this team realistically be leaning into? I really don't know. I'm not sure that it's really obvious with this current collection of guys, because it just, like you said, at some points it just looks so muddled that I don't know if there's really anything to salvage. You pick something up and you're like, okay, what can I take from this?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you can't really take anything from it.
Yeah, I mean, one night it's maybe they're doing this right, and the other night it's like, okay, maybe 2 things come together, but then the next night it's like that thing falls off. It's like patchwork almost. And I don't know if it was Zach LaVine the other night, when speaking of just the defense again, and he's obviously trying to put more effort forward with the defensive play. Judge him on what you want with that. But I think his big point was, we just can't let ourselves give up. I think it was 40 points back-to-back quarters. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Like, you can't have that big of a give up of numbers.
Yeah, they
back-to-back quarters.
You're right. They are 4th in pace.
Okay.
So I'll give Coach Christie credit for that. They are playing at pace. And then you look at the miscellaneous categories, Basketball Reference, there's one thing they are number 1 at or in, and it's strength of schedule.
Oh my gosh.
Number one in the NBA.
Oh, jeez.
When it comes to strength of schedule.
That doesn't help, right?
Right.
That's
Making
great.
it all the more difficult.
Oh, boy.
We'll come back with a quick glance here at why we should all be grateful to have NBA basketball in town, especially tonight, next on Sactown Sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's very easy when it comes to things like your HVAC system to just ignore it and assume that it worked before. Last year it was great. It'll work again. I got other things to worry about. Not a good idea. You want to make sure that your HVAC system is ready for the cold months ahead. Last winter, for example, I don't know if I've told you this. I think I have. I don't remember. At Whitey Woods, our HVAC system shut down, just conked out, just. So we were facing, crisis. So we called Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, leesair.com, and glad we did. They came out. They were ready to come out that day, came out the next day. They have same day, next day appointments available, treated us with a ton of respect. So if you have any HVAC needs here, there's so many choices. Why choose Lee's? 100% satisfaction guarantee, 4.8 stars on Google. They win awards for their service, and they've spent more than 40 years now serving the Valley's HVAC, heating, and plumbing needs, and you can trust Lee's. I trusted Lee's, and they rewarded my trust with a great new HVAC system. You can trust them with installation, repair of your AC, furnace, water heater. And as I mentioned, the cold weather coming here, make sure your HVAC system is ready to go. Give Lee's a call. Check them out, leesair.com. They have a lot of specials right now to help you get ready for the winter. Find out more at leesair.com and check on their mission statement, all about serving customers and community. Let Lee's take care of you the way they took care of me and my family. They treated us like family. They set us up with an HVAC system that has improved our quality of life. It has improved the very air that we breathe. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, leesair.com, license number 635355.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. It's our Black Friday sale. Recharge this season with a bundle of cozy, soothing comfort. Now only $17.99 for our C2 mattress and base, plus free premium delivery. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
The Drive Guys, weekdays 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Thank you for being with us today. Busy day. Had a lot of people with us. We appreciate that. Jay, Kayla, Chris Watkins. Chris on his way out to the arena shortly.
Arena, CCC. Yeah, it should be a good time. A little bit later than normal for Golden One Center, but yeah, it should be a great night. It's always a good time when it's national TV.
Yeah,
of course. Kings fans usually obviously understand the ramifications of national TV too. They show up a little bit louder. Hopefully they just need something to cheer about.
Yeah, we get that song tonight. I am really sick of that song. Da 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 da.
Which
That's
one?
great.
Which one again?
Da 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 da.
You're dying on that hill. You want to live?
I don't like that song.
You want to live on the
unliking
of Round Ball Rock?
Yeah, there are some really, really good songs that I've just heard to the point I don't need to hear them anymore.
That's fair.
That's one of them.
That's fair.
Doesn't
It definitely
mean it's
was
not
one
a
of those.
great song. It's just,
I hear you.
I hear you.
You
I
need a
think it's
reset, Kevin?
overrated.
Is that what we heard? You need a reset?
Nah.
You need a rebuild?
Nah, but that's fine. It'll be great.
I got you.
You got me.
That'll be great. My brother, my brother, the Phantom,
Yes,
used to be on the
of course.
station. Yes, and he was an original Kings season ticket holder.
Wow.
And of course, the first year the Kings were here, they did make the playoffs. We talked about
Right.
that yesterday with Harold Presley.
Yes, great
Then the
story.
Kings kind of fell on hard times for many, many, many years. They didn't make the playoffs again until they made them in '86. Didn't make them again until '96, if I'm not mistaken. So there was a period there where there wasn't a lot of great basketball out there, but they figured it out as they will this time. My point is, my brother would tell me that back then there were many times when you went to the arena to see the other team.
Right.
And also NBA basketball was still, there was a novelty.
Yeah.
It was like
a little bit of a circus. Yeah.
Magic Johnson's coming to
Sure.
Sacramento.
Larry Bird. Yeah.
We are much more sophisticated now than we were as fans way back then. My point is this: tonight, I know that the Kings have a lot of uncertainty swirling around them, but it's one of those nights where I'm just reminded of how grateful I am as a basketball fan to have NBA basketball here, because I know not everybody roots for him, but Nikola Jokic is just one of the best players I've ever seen. He's
one of the most unique as well.
players, and it's just great to be able to watch him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, it's something that you can't take for granted. And, it's something Chris Marlowe mentioned as well when we talked to him last time these teams played, is that Sabonis takes one of the rare challenges of being a one-on-one defender on Jokic as well. And so it's truly a rare opportunity tonight to see Jokic like go mano-a-mano with somebody. It's not him getting double teamed, and you're really going to, see a lot of the playmaking, which you kind of have to sometimes really pay attention to see. You're probably going to get like the full slate of everything this guy's got, and he's got it all, Whitey. I mean, there's literally not. I mean, it's why I keep asking the question, like, what else can this guy get good at? Because realistically, he's at, the tops in rebounding. He's at almost 12 assists per game. Like, many point. I don't know if Chris Paul has ever averaged 12 assists in a season before, and Jokic is out here doing it as a center when he has a perfectly fine point guard on his roster. Like, the guy is just truly one of a kind. And maybe you can throw, Sabonis' dad out there as maybe somebody else who played his style, Bill Walton, somebody who maybe played his style, but that's like 3 big men over a 60-year period that have played in the way and at the level that Jokic has. And I don't even know how old he is. I don't think he's even hit 30 yet. So, he's somebody
who pretty good draft
potentially has a lot more to grow as well. And I'm going to say hopefully he stays in Denver, because there's been a lot of rumors, especially when Luka was in Dallas, that he might look for a better basketball situation at some point. And if that happens, look out for us all.
It's so unassuming to somebody, you were mentioning, Chris, in the break, that has never maybe seen him play. If you were to go to a game and say, pick the best player on the floor, right, there is no way, if you've never watched the NBA, that you would pick Jokic as being the guy. And then you look at the stats, like you just reeled off all those, and then I saw the stat that he had his 6th triple-double in 9 games, just this last game against the Pacers. Like, that's insanity. And it's the biggest thing about him, consistency. Like, it's almost every single night.
Every stat, too.
Every stat
every night.
Yeah.
He's just everything for that team.
He's a 3-time MVP. There's very few of those. And he's such a great passer.
Incredible.
It's fun to watch that.
Not only the passes he makes, but just the things he sees. I can throw the ball there.
Yeah.
What is he doing? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and that's where it's different. That's where you're truly getting something that you're not seeing every night. Like, it's the great difference between him and Domantas Sabonis, in my opinion, is Sabonis can stack up the numerical assists for sure, but the way in which they do it is completely different. Sabonis is like, hey, I see a cutter, I can make a really nice, a pocket pass there to maybe if he's running a pick and roll or something, but he can make a nice little pass. Jokic sees things that aren't there. I don't know if you saw, Whitey, the play of Jokic throwing the ball over Sabonis' head last time they played. It was a cut by Aaron Gordon, and just the level of anticipation. I mean, the guy is truly
the timing and everything.
We're talking about like a quarterback, like a top 5 quarterback prospect. Is you're seeing that kind of level of anticipation on Jokic passes.
Logical Raptors fanatic who may actually be Canadian, because they ask about defense and they spell it with a C.
Oh, with a C.
Yeah.
He's Canadian then, because in hockey they use it with a C.
Yeah, yeah. So that'd be the one area maybe where Jokic is not
Sure.
great. He has gotten better there, I think. He actually thanked Draymond Green, because Draymond Green called him out either on TV or on his pod, said he's a terrible defender. And Jokic went up to him and said, "You're right, thanks."
That's awesome. That's so awesome.
You're right.
But yeah, what's Draymond going to say then? Okay, well, yeah. I guess he admitted it.
Draymond will still find something to say. That guy,
of course he will.
That guy will find something.
Antagonist, yeah.
And a good 3-point shooter, too.
That's what's crazy as well.
He's like a legitimate 40% 3-point shooter. It's whatever you want. Even defensively, it's like the guy is massive. Like, I feel like people really don't understand that he is over 7 feet tall. He's probably like as big as Shaq was back in the day. Like, he is incredibly powerful and just there's just nothing you can do. And on the defensive end, like, he really just has to be in the right place, because he's not like Sabonis. Like, Sabonis has credit card hops and isn't 7 feet tall. Jokic can be just in the way, and I think he defensively has a little bit more of an edge because he can divert shots by using his size.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Pam joining us here on Sactown Sports. Hey, Pam, how are you? Hello, Pam.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good. What can we do for you? Thanks for hanging on.
Oh, I don't know. This team just gets me. It's like, explain to me why they ever thought this was going to be a team that could be competitive when you don't have enough bigs on the team to even get a glimpse from anybody. It's like, why are we stuck in this for so long, 2 or 3 years, trying to figure out that this isn't a well-balanced team that's going to be competitive?
What would you do? What would be the first thing you'd do, Pam?
I don't know now, because now we're like, facing a rebuild. We don't even have a player to build around now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate your hanging on. It's a good question. How did they think this team was going to be competitive?
Yeah.
I think the answer is they hoped that the offense would see them through. We're going to be so good offensively, we can make up for the deficiencies on the other end.
Yeah, I think they also kind of fell victim to seeing the names on paper and just thought it would figure itself out, right? Like they kind of thought, hey, like everyone thought that Kevin Durant would really boggle up the Warriors offense. You know, everyone's saying the same about Dennis Schroeder with our offense.
Exactly.
I think the difference is Dennis Schroeder is not Kevin Durant. And so I think, I think they just overestimated how much good players would just figure it out versus it still kind of needs to have some sort of orchestration and make sense and have people be in clear defined roles. And I think the bigger problem is there aren't enough role players on this team. There's way too many guys who are stars or think they still are stars. And, with the exception of Russ, those stars aren't doing the little things. And so you have a bunch of guys out there trying to be the main character, or at least thinking they're the second piece, when in reality, there needs to be probably 5 guys out there who are role players with the guys that they're throwing out right now.
And we even said it real quick before the season started. I remember saying it on the show. We kept saying there's so many guys in terms of the shooting guard position. The 4, where's the depth there? Like, she just mentioned big men. Like, we kind of knew what it was going to be in terms of the size differential. And here we are. Like, it's exactly that.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of roles, as Chris was, we have different roles today, and everything's a little different because the game starts so late. So Chris is going to the arena.
Yes.
Kayla is going to be back tomorrow, right?
I'll be back tomorrow.
Looking forward to that. So game night is not starting for another half hour. So Jay and I think Jay's sticking around. I have to ask him. You mean
Keon?
Yeah.
Jay, a.k.a. Keon.
It'll be the only minutes Keon gets tonight, so be ready, Jay.
Yeah, so we'll take you. Stick around. Jay and I will be right back. We'll take you to game night, bottom of the hour. Have fun at the game, Chris.
I will try.
Thank you.
I will
Thank
try.
you, Kayla.
Thank you.
And we'll, we'll
always fun.
Look forward to visiting with you tomorrow.
It'll be fun.
Yes.
Hopefully a win. Dub.
We're right back with more on the Kings and Nuggets next. Sactown Sports.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Black Friday savings start now. Get your best deal through the end of the month at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
With Black Friday savings during Happy Honda Days, own or lease your new Honda Accord or Civic today. Your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heat and Air. Right now, breaking news, they're upgrading their offering to include plumbing, bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. They're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy Home Pros. You hear me talk about them as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement, and now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free, and they'll give you a second opinion and almost certainly save you money. Oh, but wait, there's more. With winter coming up, how about a free furnace special? With full system installation, you're getting a free furnace, not a discounted furnace, a free furnace, and up to $4,000 in rebates while that funding lasts. So get there right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
How do you do? How do you do? How do you do? How do you do? How do you do?
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Taking you up to game night, bottom of the hour. It's Whitey and Jay. And Jay, I know you haven't gotten a lot of touches today with so many people in here. Thanks to Chris and Kayla for being with us. But we could use your help now, Jay, because we have here on the text line, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140, from Chris the Mom. Chris the Mom says, I was hopeful driving to the game tonight, as I am every game. But listening right now to the conversation, I'm not feeling too good and my spirit is dropping. Crying emoji. We can't have that, can we, Jay? There's no reason for your spirit to drop. If you're a Kings fan going to the game, get ready to enjoy the game, right, Jay?
Oh yeah, go have a great time. That's fam anyway. But yeah, go have a fantastic time. Enjoy the environment, and it's a night out on the town, Sacramento.
Yeah, it's NBA basketball,
as you alluded to, 100%. No doubt. Have a great time. Get a little bit of that fantastic popcorn. The water this year is in black canisters compared to white last year.
That's right.
So, just do something different with yourself.
And if you have time, Chris and Mom, get some popcorn, big bucket, walk by Media Row, and then just show them, good popcorn tonight, everybody. Because I guess they're not getting as much popcorn in the media section.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
I haven't been down there one time this year, literally. They're shortchanging them. They're shortchanging them popcorn?
That's what I have not experienced that. I didn't go to the last game, and then Friday night I was there, but I didn't do any of the media stuff. So that's the word. That's what I'm hearing. It is all free stuff.
They're cutting back.
Yeah. It is all free stuff.
Everyone is feeling it fiscally.
I don't know.
At this point.
I don't know. I don't want to leap to any conclusions. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. We've been talking about where the Kings go from here. Carmichael Dave had some thoughts on that today. Logical Raptors Fanatic in the YouTube chat says, we're getting so many comments here. It's jumping around. He says I lost it now.
It's gone.
Basically, trade all the guys. That's how you eliminate the logjam. Trade some of your veterans. Eliminate that logjam. Is it that simple, Jay?
Sure it is.
The hard thing about it is that
sure it is just about trading them though.
Yeah, that's it. We have this guy. We want to trade him. Other teams, first of all, they're like, we know you want to trade him, so we're not going to give you as much as he's probably worth. Let's see. Does anybody else want him?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like there's a lot of other teams that want him, so
you're going to take a couple losses.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's one of those things, right, when you guys talking about it a little earlier, when you're trying to get off a contract, a player, a person, whatever the reason you're doing it, you have to add a little sweetener to it. And, hopefully you don't give them that pure cane sugar. You're looking for the equal, that type of stuff. And that sweet and low, that replacement, that filler. And so when you think about it, if I'm trying to give away player A and I know he's not highly coveted or she's not highly coveted throughout the league, you got to throw something in there. And so you just don't want to give them that pure C and H.
Right.
You just want to sprinkle a little sweet and low in there and hopefully somebody will bite. That's what you're coming down to.
Yeah. And I know, Jay, you have not been happy with me, as I've mentioned many times, the possibility of trading the pizza guy. But the reason I've been talking about that is because I've been figuring, well, the Kings are going to be trying to trade some people. And to me, if I'm another NBA team and I'm looking at this roster, all things considered, he's one of the guys I'd be really interested in. And I like Malik. I don't want to get rid of Malik. But if I'm trying to replenish my roster, refresh my roster, I think he's one of the guys that I'm going to have some interest in. Therefore, I can get more for him.
Oh, no, without a doubt. I think you're spot on. It really comes down to this. There's guys who have a certain and I'll just say players, not guys. There are players who have a certain interest that we've heard a few times that don't have a huge gallery, so to say. They're not looking for some of the guys here in Sacramento. I always say you go back to Monty McNair, and he talked about when they got Zach LaVine. He said that the Kings pretty much drummed up the relationship, drummed up some, trade value for Zach LaVine, meaning they went and got Zach. They went and created the conversation. They stoked the fire with the Bulls. And so that means they wanted Zach LaVine. Now, that's them. Hopefully there's one or two other teams. You could talk about DeMar DeRozan. You can talk about Malik. You can talk about Keegan. You can talk about whoever the hell you want to talk about. When it really comes down to it, they're going to probably have to add a little sweetener to it.
Manny Too Legit in the YouTube chat says it's 6 minutes after 6. I'm surprised the show is still on. Extra bonus time. Cool. Yeah, we got an extra half hour because of the game starting at 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
Manny, as we've been mentioning, game night doesn't come on. Because, game night can't do extra time, right, Jay? You can't ask them to do extra.
Not. Yeah, I mean, when you're asking, well, first of all, you have the low flyer and the high flyer during game night, right?
Right.
And so, the high flyer, he, as you guys talked about as an athlete, he's got a set schedule.
Yes,
So I can't do anything extra.
You don't want to get him out of his comfort level.
Absolutely.
It could affect his performance.
You still need him to go up there and get the rock at the top of the the key and do his thing. So, the low flyer might have been able to step in.
Yeah, so we're just helping out here till 6:30. How are you feeling, Jay? And I'll tell you how I'm feeling before you answer about all the talk that apparently started this morning that the Kings are very close to getting the rebuild going. The term that Carmichael Davis used today is the rebuild has officially begun. I'm especially interested in knowing how you think fans, if it comes to that, how fans would handle that. I think there would be an awkward period where we're waiting to see what happens. We kind of would be, as fans, in limbo. They haven't done anything yet. They're going to do something, so they're not trying to win. Then if at some point you've got some players going out, some younger players coming in, then I think you have more interest in who's coming in. And I think if the Kings end up in position where it's likely they're going to have a high draft pick, I think in the spring, and we've all lived through this as Kings fans, then I think people start paying a lot more attention to what's going on in college basketball. Then you get some genuine enthusiasm. I think it would be painful after what we've been through the last few years, hoping that the Beam team could punch their way up into the upper echelons of the league. But I think fans, by the end of the year, I think they'd be, for the most part, okay with it. What's your best guess?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they're okay with it now. It seems like there's a majority, and I could be wrong, 50%, call it, down the middle, split, left and right, up and down, however you want to call it. I truly think the kingdom has been split to the point of tank, play the youngsters, let the chips fall where they may, versus continue to win. It's still early, and I'd love to see Zach and DeMar and some of the OGs, get their time and see if they can turn it around. I truly think it's really split down the middle, but I think there would be a majority after a certain amount of time, especially if the Kings continue to play the way they are, to where they'd be okay with the, tankathon, rebuild, reset, transition, hunt for a lottery pick in 2026, however you want to call it, whatever you want to name it, whatever phrase you want to utilize. I think there would be a majority of people who would be pretty good and understanding with it, especially if it meant that you're playing some of the younger guys.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would. I don't think that many would be opposed to it.
Right. And I think it's interesting that the Kings are not using the word tank. If, in fact, Dave got the information he got today from someone perhaps within the organization.
Well, Whitey, that's one thing. I will say this is nothing towards you guys. I think there is a question that needs to be answered. And maybe I didn't listen to Dave this morning. I've seen all the hoopla about the situation. I haven't texted him. But I will say this. I think Dave has to stand on it one way or another in the form of, is this a report or is this your opinion? Because to me, there's a lot of gray area in there. And that's what Dave does fantastic. That's why he is who he is. But in knowing who Dave is, I think he's not spitballing. I think he has spoken to someone, but I'll be honest, as someone that's an onlooker, I'm not exactly sure if it's a report, if it's in concrete, or if this is just an opinion-based piece.
Right. Yeah. I am guessing that it's not just his opinion, and I think he has stated that on social media. It's delicate in this sense. If I were to find out how he got the information, I might not be able to share it. And I don't want to be in that position, to be honest with you.
It's kind of one of those things. If I don't know, then I'm not then I'm not guilty.
There's some things like I don't want to know. If it's something you don't want me to tell people, I'd rather not know. I'd rather find it out on myself so that I can tell people. But I do think there are a couple interesting tells in that suggest to me there is someone within the organization that wants Dave to share these things as a way of starting to get the message out to the fans. Maybe we'll find out more about that. That's where I am with it, Jay. But my point is this, and I think I've made this point before. If that is what the Kings are doing, if it's going to be kind of a rebuild this year and see where you end up in the draft lottery, this is apparently a good year to do it. Now, if you go back to the year when the 49ers traded up to get into the third pick in the draft so they could get a quarterback, they were thrilled because they knew that the Fields was going to be there, Mac Jones was going to be there, Trey Lance was going to be there. They'd have a shot at one of those three. As it turned out, they took Trey Lance, and none of the three to this point has ended up being the type of player that he was expected to be. Book isn't all the way closed yet. Mac Jones ends up looking like maybe he's going to be the best, and the 49ers have him, so they kind of fell into that. But you've got Darren Peterson, who was ranked one of the top players in the draft, guard out of Kansas. You've got Cam Boozer, who I think most people right now consider the de facto number one selection, and A.J. DeBansa. So we don't know, going back to what I said about the quarterbacks that the 49ers drafted, who knows how these guys are going to end up. I think it's a little easier, not easy, but a little easier to project NBA players, what college players are going to do in the NBA, than it is to project quarterbacks. It's not a perfect science, but I think it's easier. My point is, if the Kings end up in a situation where they've got a really high pick, you got a great shot at getting three guys, all of whom, at least right now, look like they could legitimately lay claim to being the best player in the draft. Jay.
Yeah, it seems like a three-man race.
Yeah.
It truly does. Peterson from Kansas, AJ from BYU, and Boozer from Duke, right?
Yeah.
And so it's, I think you want to plan to get into the first round lottery first, right? And then you want to try to manipulate your way up to the top. There's some other this draft, as you talked about, is supposed to be super, super deep. And even those three guys are can't miss, so to say, as we put it in there, can't miss.
Right.
But there's also, the Pizza of the world, the Tennessee's got a guy. Like, there's a bunch of people
Ahmed,
out
Tennessee,
there. There's so many people that have an opportunity to be somewhat good, an all-star. The forecasting of some of these guys, the lottery is supposed to be spectacular this year. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know. When it comes to
nobody does.
Yeah,
Let's
and
be
that's
honest.
the thing.
Literally, no one knows for sure.
But I go back to this, and what I was saying is I don't know, because I went and saw what Dave talked about, and he's like 2-year minimum requirement, right? I don't know how long, spinning from the question that you asked, I don't know how long Kings fans would want to hold on. Now, flipping this year and maybe next year, if you want to call that 2 years, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're okay. But I would say Kings fans would like to see results in the summer, for sure.
Yes. Sometimes in an NBA draft, there's one guy that's like clearly the plum, and teams will tank to get their best shot at him. Best shot's only 14% chance. And, you never know how things are going to work out with Dallas last year. Well, we got Cooper Flagg. So the fact that you have a deep draft with right now 3 guys up at the top, the odds of you getting a really impactful player are better. I'm with you, Jay. I think if the Kings do end up bringing in somebody in the draft that everyone loves, that's progress. So, yeah, I think realistically, no one is going to think, in 2 years I'll win 50 games again. But in my opinion, if you're seeing progress, fans will be tolerant of a 2-year period if you can see that, all right, they're doing things that are making them better and making them more excited. I think fans could get behind that.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Not
how it
easy to
goes.
do. Always
Yeah.
easier to say, yeah, you do that, you do that, you do that, you're good. Easier to say than to actually do it.
Yeah, very true. It's going to be interesting to see how the Kingdom reacts to, a tank, a rebuild, as I said, a transition. I'm not 100%.
Yeah.
I think right now, and you stated this very early on in the summer, in the form of you have never seen the Kings fans be, I guess this split.
Yeah,
when it comes
so
to,
divided, yeah.
Yeah, the expectations of what this team is accounting for this year and what they're trying to accomplish down the road.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Let's see what Gary has on his mind on Sactown Sports. Hey, Gary, how are you?
I think the Kings fans, at least the ones that I know, are totally frustrated and think this is one of the worst teams in the NBA, one of the worst constructed teams. You look at that roster, we've got like 7 guards on the roster, and I consider DeRozan to be a guard. I don't consider him to be a small forward. He never was one before he came to the Kings. And it's just ridiculous to expect this team to perform. We are in a rebuilding, and it's just ridiculous. There's no potential for this roster to move forward. We haven't had a power forward for years. Keegan definitely needs to be at a small forward spot. We need to move DeRozan and probably need to shake up the whole team. And if you're going to have Sabonis as your center, and I love him, you need to have a power forward. I mean, this is just a joke of a roster, and I don't understand this conversation. I think Kings fans want to just hand this thing and start all over again because there's no potential for this roster the way it's constructed to move forward, in my opinion.
Thank you, Gary. I agree with you. That's the way I see it as well. I just know that there are some fans who, I think there are some fans who feel like, wait a minute, I'm not necessarily ready for that because I feel like the last few years should have been better. I think some fans are still unhappy with the way things went after De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis won 48 games. So I'm hoping fans like Gary can look at this and go, yeah, this ain't it. Let's go in another direction. But I do think there are some fans that also, let's be honest, there are some fans that look at it and go, how can I trust this organization to get a rebuild right? That's fair based on what we've seen. It is a different GM now, though. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Jan on Sactown Sports. Hey, Jan, how are you?
Oh, Whitey, I'm so good. I'm Texas gal from NorCal on X, and you've been very kind to me in some of my tirades, I should say.
Okay.
Well, I really have been such a Kings fan and fought for them in 2011. I was there in 2002. I'm physically just row EEE 106, 121. I love them, but I have hit it. I have finally been the non-Pollyanna Texas sports fan girl that loves my Kings now that I'm a transplant.
Right.
And it's time to shake it up. And I'm really sad that our owner is kind of an athletic, something snipper. I'll leave it at that. And he
I
gets in
didn't
the
understand
way.
that. I hope that wasn't offensive. But go ahead.
It was not offensive whatsoever. Moving on, we don't give our players the opportunity to get into a rhythm. That drives me crazy. Isaac Jones is a perfect example. Look how great he did in Detroit the other night. I'm so proud of him. Our players are discouraged. Their body language, it's so obvious. It's painful to be there, and I am the biggest rah-rah gal. But it's been tough. I'm not there tonight, but I had to call in, and it is time. It is absolutely time. I don't know what this guard hell situation we're in. We have some very talented players. They're not cohesive. The players don't jibe together. It's very transparent. And I'm hoping Doug doesn't get wounded in all of this negativity, because it's real hard. I don't know how y'all do it every day, but I got to give you credit. Alan drives me a little nuts, but
welcome to the club.
To you guys. So thank you so much for supporting the Kings, but it's time. I'm with you. And yes, Jay, I love Malik Monk so very much, but he is, as far as I'm concerned, he and Russell right now, and I'm still furious that we traded Valkunas. That was such a mistake. So I could just go on just like y'all. There's just so many errors and mistakes, but we got to allow the players to be at their very best, and we just don't do it.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate that. Yeah, and Isaac Jones, by the way, had a big night, but that was for Detroit's G League team.
Yeah.
But he did have a huge night. That's interesting. There's two fans right there, Jay, for what that's worth. It's like, yeah, it's time.
Ready for the reset.
What are we talking about? Let's go. Let's tear this sucker down.
I guess
tear the roof off, Jay.
And don't rebuild. Don't patch it up. Don't get ready for the rainy season, huh? I think, and that's why I throw out the number here like a sports book here in Las Vegas. I truly think if we set the number, it'd be pretty close to 50-50. But I would definitely be interested to see how many people say who believe, because we're surrounded by a few here. I hear it here at the station. Go to the game. I hear it there as well. I'd be very interested to see how many of that 50 opposing the tank rebuild would voice their opinion and say, look, I want to win right now. As Jan talked about, Triple E on some good seats. Shouts out to Jan. I want to win right now. And what's the first thing you always hear people allude to is, well, I'm paying my money. I've bought the season tickets. I'm not in for the rebuild. I'm not in for watching Dylan Cardwell, Isaiah Stevens, Nick Clifford, and Keon. I'm looking for something a little more interesting and a little more competitive. So be very interesting, because I truly believe the tank side, the rebuild side, is louder. But people come up to me all the time and talk about, I don't know, Jay, and I think it's part of the reason of what you said. Can you trust this organization? Can you trust the process? Have we seen it? Have we garnered great guys and traded them away? Have we missed on a lot of different prospects? There's just so many questions.
Yeah, I think the only way, if you were going to argue that, all right, let's not rebuild, let's make the best of what we have with this roster, I think the only way you could even try to do that, we touched on this earlier today, would be to go out and get another star who's available distressed asset. And, if you do that again, let's say you got Ja or you got Zion or someone of that ilk, not that there's a lot of guys of that ilk, of that caliber, but then again, you're bringing somebody in and trying to, you got, you used the word yesterday, Jay, hodgepodge. Mm-hmm. You're trying to hodgepodge your way into, all right, we're bringing this guy, and that's going to make it all work, and then we'll be a cohesive NBA team capable of competing with the best teams. And all the evidence in the world suggests that's not the best way to build a team. So you could do it and maybe be semi-competitive, but Scott Perry has talked about no shortcuts. And going out and getting somebody like that, bring them in, that's a shortcut. And so I think it's pretty clear Scott Perry has made it clear. If you really pay attention, and one of the things Dave said today was on X anyway, he said, read the smoke signals. Scott Perry, I think from the beginning has been telling us this is what has to happen because you just cannot.
What has to happen?
Rebuilding.
Okay.
Because just like I say, just trying to patch it up here or there, it's just not the way to build a very competitive team. One of the things we're seeing with the Kings now, we saw it with Minnesota, you see it with OKC, you see it with Denver, and those are elite teams, but they get into a close situation. The Kings have been in some close games, and the other teams know exactly what to do because they've been through it. They know each other. They know. I always think of the great Spurs teams because they were a great example of this. They get in a tight situation. They all knew what – they didn't even have to be told. They'd been through it so many times. They knew we're going to run a pick and roll with Tony Parker and Tim Duncan, whatever it was. And the Kings are nowhere near that because you get to a tight game, fourth quarter, nobody knows what they're doing because they've never done it before. And you just can't build a team that way, in my opinion.
Yeah, something, and I stopped you real fast.
Yeah, all those players have been through it. I'm not saying they're dumb or anything. Just as a team, they haven't been through it.
Yeah, because they're a hodgepodge of pieces.
Yeah,
trying to fit as one right now, and it's still early in the season. But you can only say that for so long. When does the calendar change a little bit? I asked you in what way because I don't know. It just popped in my mind. How do we get to and maybe this is the bigger question, and maybe this is part of the question that the kingdom wants answered, is how do we get to the rebuild? How do we know when we're in the rebuild? Minus using common sense of, okay, well, if you trade Domas and trade Zach and trade DeMar, okay, we're rebuilding. Unless you go back and go get Ja Morant and, Giannis, I'm just throwing out names. But I'm just saying, maybe one of the biggest questions is, are we okay as Kings fans in the form of rebuilding and just automatically just falling off the cliff? Because it feels like some people want to do that. And when I say fall off the cliff means playing Dylan Cardwell, Nick Clifford, and Max. Like that's falling off the cliff. That's going Washington Wizards style.
Yep.
Are we okay with that? Or are we okay with keeping a Russell Westbrook still here and playing all the young guys and, we go to the arena to see Russ show up and show out. That's an interesting part too, is how do we get to the rebuild stage?
Yeah, I suspect that's been a question that they've been having themselves at the highest levels. Are we as an organization okay with this? And I think my guess, it's honestly a guess, Scott Perry's been the one trying to convince people this is the way we have to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
And I think you're right. Well, when are we in the rebuild? To me, we don't know until that first domino falls, that first star player is moved. If and when that happens, to me, that's when we know, all right, now it has started.
First big contract.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
Whew. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us. Thank you very much, Jay. Yeah.
Salute to you, my brother.
Back with you tomorrow, and stick around because we got game night. Special edition of game night. I assume it's the high flyer and the low flyer, and they'll take you up to pregame for the Nuggets and the Kings next on Sactown Sports.
On the court, can't see me. Slam dunk, I'm the right one. With them ones, don't want none. Real ballers, what they wanna say. Big checks, feel the jealousy. If we play, know we finna egg.